The Planning Commission to go over a lot of things related to the Stanford Wedge project. Is on, the camera will find you. If when you're through speaking, you turn off your microphone, the camera will have a better chance at finding the next person. The camera is noise activated, not necessarily voice activated, right? So we'll make an effort to make sure we have our microphones on when we speak, and if we can remember to turn them off. I'm not going to be the microphone cop, but appreciate all your cooperation. Some of you out there in Zoom land, I'm just getting logged on, so I don't know how many of you are. There look like to be about 20 or 25 of you. If you can't hear or if you're having any technical problems, will you text me or Ronnie right away? If you're fine, don't bother us because we're not supposed to look at our phones during the meetings. And so there goes my phone. With that, I guess the first order of business is roll call.
Yes, Madam Chair. Before we take roll, I'd like the town attorney to talk about why two of our members are not here today.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to flag, as Vice Chair flagged already, that Chair Targ has a conflict of interest, and this is under the Political Reform Act. His law firm represents Stanford, and that is considered a disqualifying conflict of interest. And in addition, Commissioner Kopsil is recused as well due to what is known as the 500-foot rule. And this is because her residence is within close proximity to the project site. You can go ahead and proceed with the roll call.
Thank you. I believe we're having echoes. So Chair Targ is absent. Commissioner Golden? Yeah. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Brothers first? Commissioner Golden?
Here.
Commissioner Kopsil is absent, as indicated by the town attorney, and Commissioner Krasinski. Here. You have a quorum.
As is usual, our first order of business is to allow public comment on anything that is not on the agenda tonight. So if you have such a desire, either come to the podium in the room or raise your hand on Zoom.
Sorry. Last four numbers, 7562. Please speak on an item not on the agenda.
Great. Good evening. My name is Caroline Vertongen. I just wanted to have a clarifying question. Who is the town council representative at this time? And is that person present for this meeting?
There are no town council members present in the schoolhouse. I believe there are some online.
Well, there's a representative who is the liaison
Used
for
to
the
have a
planning
liaison, but I
commission.
don't
So.
think we do.
Yeah, that's true.
Could
Seeing
you please
no-
clarify?
I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, could you clarify? Just to reiterate my comment, my understanding is that we used to have a liaison from the town council for the planning commission, but my understanding is that we do not have a liaison.
we do, they're not here.
And I'll just say, I'll go look into that. My understanding was that there's a rotating system, but I'm not sure who is currently on rotation for liaison duties, but I'll look into that.
Oh, we also are supposed to, as planning commissioner meetings, liaise with the ASCC, and that's never been established this year either. So I think there's some major glitches. Any other questions, comments, anything that's not on the agenda for tonight? Okay, then we are going to convene as a public hearing to deal with the FEIR, the planned unit development and conditional use permit for the Stanford Wedge project. As is customary, I'll ask the staff if he wants to make an introduction and then ask the applicant sitting at the table to make a presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. What we're dealing with tonight is a proposal for housing development at which is often known as the Stanford Wedge project. It's now called the Portola Terrace project. The Planning Commission is going to be considering all the project elements of this project, except for the below market rate housing agreement, which is a function of the town council, and they'll be doing that soon. But all other elements of the project will be considered by the Planning Commission tonight. With that, unless there's questions on that from the commission, I'd turn it over to Stephanie from Good City Company, who's our consulting planner on this project.
Thank you. Are we able to pull up the presentation on the screen? Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Commissioner Stephanie Davis, Good City Company, consulting planner to the town. We could go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, as Terrence mentioned, we are here tonight to consider a planning commission recommendation to your town council for the proposed, what is now called Portola Terrace Residential Development Project. In terms of the meeting overview, I'm going to be giving try to keep it as summary as possible, presentation on the project process, entitlements, and overall scope. I'm then going to hand it over to Rebecca Alv, who is sitting next to me. She is the project manager for the EIR, Environmental Impact Report, that was prepared for the project. Next slide. So there are a total of what we're calling 6 requested approvals associated with the project that the applicant, Stanford University, is requesting from the town. The first is certification of the Prepared Environmental Impact Report, or EIR. The second being the conditional use permit, or CUP, which is a request to establish what is called the Planned Unit Development, or PUD. This would allow for consideration of the proposed cluster development of a single-family home, reduce lot sizes and setback requirements between the houses and the standard code requirements would otherwise have, as well as other standard regulations. I'll be talking about all of these in a bit more detail further on in my presentation. The third requested entitlement is that of a vesting tentative map. That's the request to subdivide the parcel into 30 residential lots, common area space, and a remainder open space parcel. The fourth is a site development permit that's required due to the amount of grading and tree removal associated with the request. The fifth is the architectural review permit. That's for consideration of the construction of each new building proposed and its associated landscaping, lighting, parking, fencing, retaining walls, and green building components, so all the physical improvements proposed. And then the sixth is for the affordable housing plan and associated affordable housing agreement. And as Terrence mentioned, that is not a part of the requested consideration by the commission tonight for your ultimate recommendation to the town council. But I will be presenting an overview on its context. Next slide. Thank you. So starting with an overview of the project, so the property itself has commonly been referred to as the Stanford Wedge since its application submittal originally back in 2019. It's a triangular shaped parcel, slightly over 75 acres in area, and has been owned by the project applicant, Stanford University, since 1899. The site is steeply upsloped, heavily vegetated, and it is relatively flat along Alpine Road, where the existing horse boarding facility is currently located. It is this portion of the site that the proposed residential development area, where all of the homes are proposed to be situated, is to be located. That is that cut out little triangular shape in the bottom right of the screen where you can see those blue squares or blue rectangles. Those are the proposed homes. The remainder of the parcel, a little over 64 acres, is proposed as what is called being what we're referring to as the open space area. Within that area, there's a proposed new fire maintenance road, proposed new trail loop, and then the rest of the area is to remain undeveloped. Next slide. So the property is an identified housing site in your adopted housing element. Such housing development is proposed to be clustered in nature and is consistent with the general plan description for the parcel. As part of the proposed development, a vegetation management plan or VMP has been created for the property. The VMP identifies treatments to be performed regularly on the entire site for added fire hazard safety and risks. Next slide. So the proposed subdivision of the parcel includes smaller residential lots with all of the residential development and associated infrastructure to be on what I previously referred to as that flatter portion where the existing horse boarding facility is located, fronting along Alpine Road. So this subdivision layout attempts to preserve substantial amount of open space to its rear and to avoid those steep upslopes to the greatest extent feasible. There are 30 new residential lots proposed to be created that would encompass 27 individual single-family homes, 6 of which are to be configured as what's called a duet, or effectively sharing a building wall, but on a separate lot. And a total of 12 new below market rate or BMR housing units. These 12 BMR units would be occupied in 3 new multifamily buildings, each of those 3 buildings on its own lot. This results in a density of about 0.52 acres per unit per acre. Now, this density allowance is permissible by the applicant's application of the state density bonus law, which I'll be talking about in the subsequent slide. So this 30 lot site layout includes to the rear of the lots, fuel management areas at a minimum of 25 feet behind each lot to a shared property line. There's a small emergency access road proposed between 2 of the single-family homes to allow for fire truck access to these fuel management areas I just described. Throughout this residential development area, there's a series of stormwater and landscape treatments that are proposed predominantly in the front of the development along Alpine Road. Next slide. So the standard municipal code density regulations for the parcel would have allowed the site up to 30 units, 18 market rate units and 12 BMR units. The application is proposing 20% of those allowable units as low-income BMR units, and as such, is able to take advantage of the state density bonus law. By doing such, the application is utilizing allowable implementation of that state density bonus law, which allows a housing development to otherwise exceed a local jurisdiction's maximum allowable density. Again, by offering 20% low-income units, the application is granted a 35% density bonus. This increase would have allowed the application up to 41 units on the parcel. But as noted, a total of 39 is proposed. Next slide. Okay, moving into more of the specifics of the residential development scope. This graphic depicts a total of 431 trees. They're all shown there in colored dots, with the green dots indicating 254 trees to remain, and the red dots indicating 177 trees proposed for removal. Of those 177, 123 are defined significant trees by the municipal code, while the remaining 54 are non-significant trees. The applicant states removal of these proposed trees is due to poor health of the tree, proximity to its proposed construction, proposed grading, or a combination of one or more of all of those factors. Next slide, please. So the overall architectural style of the proposed residential development can be described as traditional in form, modern in execution. All 39 buildings are 2 stories and to be finished in cement fiber with metal gabled roof lines and constructed with fire-resistant materials, sustainability features, and comply with the town's green building code as well as the town's reflectivity guidelines. The overall color scheme proposed is neutral base with gray to blue earthen tones as shown here on these color renderings. The top photo or top renderings show the single family homes as does the image on the bottom left, whereas on to the right shows the BMR units. Next slide. The exterior lighting plan proposed for the entire development is limited to the first floor building wall lines for each building, all to be mounted on the buildings themselves or to be mounted on freestanding bollards, all to be wall sconces that would be downlit, shielded, and dark sky compliant. All of the lights at public areas within the development site are proposed to be automatically controlled. Next slide, please. In terms of the proposed grading and earthwork at the site, the grading work is focused on the construction of the fire maintenance access road, a new looped roadway in the internal property configuration, and I'll have a graphic that shows that momentarily. Construction of the residential buildings and other ancillary residential site improvements. It's noted that the overall proposed grading design approach for the applicant has attempted to balance the earthwork on site, meaning it leaves very little off-haul of material from the project site, as well as attempting to work with the property's existing site topography to the greatest extent feasible. Next slide, please. This, excuse me, this slide shows the proposed landscaping plan. So there's slightly less than 90,000 square feet of new landscaping proposed within the residential development area. Beyond various ground covers proposed, there's a total of 55 new 36-inch box-sized trees and 310 new 5-gallon size shrubs. All of this landscaping is proposed within this greater site's common entry areas and within private yards. The common areas of the development also do include a picnic and playground space, kind of central in the middle of the development, designed around a few larger significant trees. The types of vegetation proposed is predominantly of native species and all complies with the town's water efficiency landscaping ordinance. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed parking and circulation plan and does show the proposed loop private streetway with 2 access points off of Alpine Road. The design of which was done according to the applicant with early consultation with the Woodside Fire Protection District. 1 access point at the northern end of the development site is approximately where the existing access point to the horse boarding facility is, whereas the new secondary access point is to the south at the end or terminus of this residential development area. In terms of parking, there's 89 total on-site parking spaces proposed, 60 of which are within private garages or driveways. 24 open spaces are situated primarily around that common open space playground picnic area, and 5 additional ADA compliant spaces. The total amount of parking does meet the required parking for the state density bonus law. And as I mentioned previously, in terms of other circulation improvements proposed, there is a new proposed driveway access for fire trucks only located between lots 8 and 9 on the back, sort of central back area of the site. Next slide. This slide presents a higher level overview of the proposed open space and trails plan of the development. And this will be the last piece of the specifics project scope that I'll be discussing. So the overall open space area of the project encompasses slightly over 64 acres in area. Excuse me, in which modification to that space is limited to accommodate that new proposed fire maintenance access road, as well as a new public trail. It's hard to see the color distinction on the screen, at least for me, but you can follow the mouse. The red line shows the proposed new looped trail area. Thank you. The proposed purple line is an overlay, approximate overlay of the proposed trail system according to the general plan. So the entire open space area will otherwise, beyond those items I just previously noted, will remain undeveloped and prohibited from any future development through a binding legal agreement between the property owner and the town. That new loop trail shown in red is approximately 1.2 miles in length and would be further refined and ultimately developed if approved in accordance with adopted town regulations and policies pertaining to trail construction, use, and maintenance. This new trail is proposed to connect at the southern end of the parcel boundary and at the edge of the residential development to the existing Alpine Road trail that fronts the project site. In summary, the applicant states that the proposed trail alignment attempts to be as equivalent as feasible to that identified in the town's general plan, but deviates with some variation alignment due to routes attempting to avoid extreme slopes, to avoid potential wetland and riparian corridor areas, and to reduce potential for wildfire risks. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to hand the presentation over to Rebecca Owl, the Environmental Impact Report Project Manager.
Good evening. As mentioned, I'm Rebecca Ald with Lamfair Gregory. I led the environmental analysis for the project as a consultant to the town. On this slide, we're talking about EIR recommendation that would need to be made tonight, and then ultimately the town council would consider the information in the EIR and the public comment and all of the record. I'm going to go over this lot in next slide, so I'm going to skip it for now. If we can go to the next slide. Oh. This isn't you. Did you want to jump back in? Okay, go on. Continue on, please. Continue. Here we go. Okay. So I wanted to start with an overview of the purpose and process and then summarize the analysis that was conducted and the documentation that was issued. So as the agency with discretionary approval over the project, the town is the lead agency under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and the town is required to consider the environmental implications of project approval. To meet this end, an environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared. And the EIR included in-depth studies of potential physical impacts to the environment. It looked at all phases of the project, from construction to the ongoing use as residential, the trails, and the vegetation management program. It includes measures to avoid or reduce environmental effects, called mitigation measures, and provides for opportunities for agency and public review and comment. An EIR is a disclosure document. It's intended to provide the town with environmental related information needed to make decisions. It does not itself approve or disapprove a project. Next slide, please. So this summarizes the process. It began with a notice of preparation, or NOP, issued in late 2020, asking the public and agencies for input into the environmental topics of concern. A public hearing was held at that time to accept comment about the scope of the analysis. These comments were taken into consideration while technical analyses were completed and the report was written. The draft EIR was issued in March of 2022, with a notice again asking for input on the contents of the EIR and a public hearing to accept verbal comment on that EIR. Following the close of the public review period, we compiled and reviewed comments that were received and responded to them in a final EIR. We'll discuss the contents of the draft and final EIR a little bit in the next slides, but that's the place that we're at right now. All the environmental documentation for the project has been issued, and the project and EIR are being brought to hearings for recommendation and decision by the town. Next slide, please. So the draft EIR contained the environmental impact assessment, and while an EIR can sometimes be focused to certain topics only, due to the broad concerns that were expressed early in the process for this project, all of the topic areas under the law of CEQA were addressed in the draft EIR. I'm here representing that environmental analysis tonight, but it was actually a large team of technical specialists that were brought together to address those environmental concerns brought by the town and its residents. A lot of work went into the analysis, including consideration of planning documentation from the applicant team, detailed studies from technical specialists for the EIR team for the town, and in coordination with town staff and consultants. The technical studies for the EIR included visual simulations, biological surveys, cultural and tribal cultural coordination and surveys, modeling and analysis of emissions, noise, and transportation, technical review of reports and plans, including those related to geology and faults, hydrology, hazardous materials, and utilities, review of relevant plans, policies, and regulations, and of course, detailed wildfire modeling. Next slide, please. Okay, these next three slides briefly summarize the potentially significant impacts that were identified in the EIR and the mitigation to reduce those impacts. Some of those impacts would occur, oh, that is not what this slide is. It might be later. Yeah, can you go forward with them? Yeah, keep going. I think it's at the end of these. Looks like the earlier version. Yep, here we are, back one. Okay. So some of these impacts occur, oh, one more forward. There we go. Okay. Occur during the construction activities. This includes mitigation to minimize impacts related to dust and emissions, minimize biological disturbance, requiring monitoring for potential undiscovered resources related to tribal, cultural, and cultural. It requires site-specific construction techniques and seismic design related to geology, and also erosion and sediment control. Next slide. So for operation of the residential area, there are again some potential impacts that are reduced by mitigation related to the prohibition of nighttime and off-trail use, implementation of an ongoing maintenance of the stormwater drainage system, signage and design related to the safety of trail crossings, and measures related to reducing the potential for ignitions that could cause wildfires. Next slide, please. Okay, and finally, there were some potential impacts and mitigation to reduce those impacts related to the ongoing vegetation management in the open space area. These relate to, again, minimizing biological disturbance, protecting known resources, tribal, cultural, and then also increasing the effectiveness of the vegetation management program. So next slide, let's see what it is. Yep. Okay. So this slide summarizes the alternatives that we looked at. The project, let's see here. The EIR considered a selection of alternatives intended to provide a meaningful comparison of the impacts resulting from the project or possible alternatives to the project. CEQA requires analysis of a no project alternative. In this case, it was assumed that a horse boarding use or similar would continue at the site and there would be no other development of the site. No project alternative would not meet project objectives or provide housing opportunities consistent with the housing element, and it would not result in comprehensive wildfire risk reduction or permanent preservation of that open space hillside. The second alternative we looked at was a larger setback. We looked at this in response to numerous comments asking for a further setback from the adjacent residential units along the roadway. And so this alternative would push development further into the wooded slope area. It would require marginally greater grading and construction and tree removal, and therefore would result in marginally greater environmental impacts than the project would. So a third alternative was considered the no clustering alternative. Again, this is something that was brought up as an alternative recommended either by other residents or other folks at the town. This would have home sites spread throughout the site rather than clustered on the flatter portion along Alpine Road. Such an alternative would require, again, more disturbance of the sloped and wooded hillside, and it would have marginally greater impacts on biological resources, tree removal, and cultural resources. This could result in a similar amount of total units to the project, but less would be affordable, and again, no comprehensive wildfire risk reduction or permanent preservation of open space. So I'm going to ask you to go backwards. Yeah, keep going. Here we go. Yes, okay. So the conclusion from the draft EIR was that there would be no impacts that would remain significant after implementation of the mitigation that was identified in the EIR. Following circulation of that draft EIR, the final EIR was prepared. We compiled and responded to comments on the draft EIR, Many of these comments focused on known concerns, including general non-environmental project opinions, concerns about wildfire, concerns about changes to the state of the site, including related to biology, trees, open space and views, traffic and safety, the potential for seismic faulting on the site, the Alpine Canyon Trail. The final EIR included additional discussion to help explain the analysis and conclusions in the draft EIR, and it informed minor revisions to clarify and strengthen that draft EIR text and those mitigation measures. These revisions wouldn't be considered minor revisions under the law of CEQA, and no additional documentation other than what I just discussed is required for the environmental review. That final EIR was issued on August 27th, and notification was sent to anyone who had commented or asked to be notified about the project. So with that, I will hand it back to the town.
Go back to page, what's going to be 21 of the PDF of the PowerPoint. Right here, thank you. Just to wrap up the presentation, a summary of the various town committees and commissions who have reviewed the application and provided their reports or recommendations to the commission. Starting with the Trails and Path Committee, which met in December of 2020, as well as the Conservation Committee, also met in 2020, but in August. Their recommendations have been included as part of an attachment to your staff report package. Most recently, the Subdivision Committee met on October 17th of this year. Their recommendations and report also included as an attachment to the staff report. And most recent was a meeting by the Architectural Site Control Commission on November 4th of this year. As summarized in that attachment packet, the ASCC did recommend approval of the application with 6 additional conditions recommended to be added as part of the draft condition of approval document. Of those 6, the recommended condition of approval for a revised landscaping plan to create, in summary, a more natural and less uniformed landscaping plan was integrated into tonight's draft condition of approval document language. In summary, the applicant has provided a written response to all reports and recommendations from these 4 committees or commission, and that as well is included as an attachment to your planning commission staff report. Slide. To conclude, again, several meetings have been held prior to tonight's planning commission meeting of November 18th. Again, tonight, the planning commission is being asked to provide a recommendation to the town council on certification of the EIR and a decision on approval or not of the conditional use permit to establish a planned unit development, on the architectural site review permit, site development permit, and vesting tentative map. Following tonight's meeting and the planning commission's recommendations on those items, the recommendations will be presented to the town council for final consideration at their meeting of December 5th of this year. That concludes my presentation. I do believe that the Stanford team has a brief presentation that they'd like to make as well.
Sorry, I'm getting a slight echo. Could we make sure the volume is all the way off on that?
Stanford, Stephanie, you think someone from Stanford wants to make a presentation? Can you approach the podium, please? Turn on the microphone.
Good evening. My name is John Donahoe. I'm Senior Director of Planning and Entitlement for Stanford Real Estate, and I have been the project manager for this project since 2016, believe it or not. Another 3 years, I get tenure, so. I'm killing time while my presentation goes.
Sue, while you're killing time, just wanted to answer the earlier comment. Councilmember Taylor is the liaison to this committee. I don't think Councilmember Taylor is online. If, Mr. Taylor, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor, if you're online, could you raise your hand? We can just note that you're here. I don't see the hand raised. So I just want to bring that to the commission's attention.
I apologize for the delay. We have lots of pretty pictures. That means lots of memory. I think it's taking a second. to load. If it takes any longer, I'll break into interpretive dance if that helps.
It's not that.
Pardon?
It's not that presentation.
Well, that's the one, but it should be loading. I think she's trying to actually start the show. Okay, we'll wing it. Okay. Once again, I'm still John Donahoe with Stanford. What I wanted to talk about tonight is, well, to lead off with how pleased we are to finally be before this commission tonight. It has taken us a while to get here, and I think everyone realizes the history, that the long winding road that got us here. But Stanford does have, go ahead and go to the next slide. Stanford does have a long history, next slide please, of developing housing on our lands. In the time that I've been at Stanford, we have built housing projects on the Stanford main campus in the city of Palo Alto and Menlo Park. So the top two pictures you see in this screen are actually single family homes that we've constructed recently in Palo Alto. The lower images are ones that we've built both in Palo Alto and on the main campus itself. So it's important to point out that we do have a long history of providing housing for our faculty. Next slide. As I mentioned, this project, as far as Stanford is concerned, started in 2016, even though, as staff has pointed out, this particular property has been in the housing element easily since the 1990s, the previous housing element, and has been zoned for residential since the town incorporated in the early 1960s. But there's been a variety of reasons why Stanford has chosen not to proceed with the development. And primarily it was due to the zoning. The zoning is essentially 1 unit for every 3.5 acres. And that hasn't been the interest from Stanford to provide residential units for their faculty in this large lot configuration. So what we kind of quietly have been watching what was happening in Portola Valley, and in 2016, the town council approached us because in that year, the town had adopted housing as one of the top council priorities. So they approached not only Stanford, but the other two properties known as affiliated housing sites, asking our interest about potentially building additional housing in this community. And Stanford's response is, well, yes, but maybe not per the zoning. So at this point, that started a series of discussions with the subcommittee of the city council, town council, and additional meetings before the council where we actually provided different concepts and designs, different layouts, and brought them publicly to the council for their input. And in 2017, the council essentially gave us the kind of go ahead and proceed with a site development. At that point is when we talked about utilizing the state bonus density laws. And since that point, we also had a series of discussions and community meetings in the community, in fact, in this very room. And we listened carefully, and the things we heard from both the town council and those public meetings were things like make sure you preserve the open space to the greatest extent possible, preserve the rural character, minimize disturbance of the natural terrain and vegetation, maintain the scenic corridor along Alpine Road, make sure that your design is site responsive. And obviously the site design itself would be to try and preserve as many mature trees as possible. So that was our marching orders. That predicated all of the work that is done ever since then, which culminated in our application in 2019. Next slide. So as you see in the screen, and staff did a very good job of explaining the breakdown of 27 faculty homes and 6 below market rate rental units. I'll have a larger image of the site, the development plan in a second. But as you can see, we took that to heart. We really tried to minimize the overall disturbance to the property, as you see on the screen here. Next slide, please. As Stephanie had pointed out in her presentation, I won't spend a lot of time on the architecture, but it was intended to, again, our intent is to provide housing for entry-level faculty. That is one reason why we are proposing small homes and small lots. These units would be subsidized by Stanford University so that those faculty members aren't paying market rate. So this is not a market rate project. And in addition, we would also have the 12 below market rate units incorporated into the heart of the project. That was specifically a council request back in 2016, 2017. Next slide. We heard very loud and clear their desires to have the landscaping as natural as possible, and then also make sure that our site lighting is as minimal as possible and is dark sky compliant. Next slide. So talking about the site plan, as I said, when we listened to what the community asked, we felt our site plan was responsive to that. It's a compact layout. It responds to the site terrain. It's responsive to retaining as many existing trees as possible. Obviously set back from Alpine Road. And the buildings are located in a way to minimize visibility from Alpine Road. And a lot of that is based on existing trees that are on the site that will shield the homes from Alpine Road. We have in the center a common tot lot or open space that was strategically drafted to preserve 2 significant trees in the center of the property. And quite frankly, the rest of the site was drawn around those trees. The loop road, to correct a minor error in Stephanie's presentation, we actually moved the northern entrance into the site further south or further down Alpine Road to provide better site distance. And then we have the second loop. But a loop road was always part of our application and certainly was recommended strongly by the Woodside Fire Protection District. Next slide. Our grading was thoughtfully done. This exhibit, you could see the different colors. In this case, green, the greener the green, the flatter the site. Yellow and orange implies slopes up to 20% and then slopes in orange that exceed 20%. So green is good. The other colors not so good. And you can see, maybe not on the screen, but you can see the dashed red line shows the perimeter of our site, and we've tried to keep the majority of the property within the green areas, within the flattest portion of the site. That's to minimize the need to grade site, for grading in the site, but also allows us to retain as many trees as possible. Next slide. You've seen this exhibit before in Stephanie's presentation, and I'm actually going to be using it further in mine, but also very important to us was understanding the location of each of the existing trees, not only just where the trunks are, but where they are in relationship to the grade. Because if you want to preserve a tree, you're also preserving the grade elevation at the trunk, at the base of where the trunk, where the tree gets the dirt. So that's all very important, and that works together in concert for a good, thoughtful grading plan. Next slide. And again, from Stephanie had said some of these facts, but the actual development area itself, meaning the lots in the Loop Street, is only about 4% of the total site. The rest of the site, this parcel Y is shown in our subdivision map, is the 200-foot wildfire buffer and the scenic setback along Alpine Road. And then parcel Z is 64 acres, or roughly 84% of the site is going to be retained by Stanford and is going to not be developed. So we really did take the heart of trying to have the majority of the site as undisturbed as possible. Next slide. I wanted to talk a little bit about the vegetation management plan, which was reviewed in the EIR, was contained in the EIR, and was actually reviewed and approved by the Woodside Fire Protection District as well. And I chose that picture for a reason, because everyone likes, and you've probably seen, we've had goats out at the property and on an annual basis. But what do the goats not do? They do not eat the woody material. They don't eat the down trees. So you really need a vegetation management plan that is actually going to clear that material off the heart of the property. Next slide. It was for that logic and that need that we are proposing the new fire maintenance road. The road, although certainly will provide access into the site if there's any kind of incident where the fire district needs to respond to, but the primary purpose of that fire road is to allow us to get mechanized equipment into parts of the site that really you can't access any other way. The property is basically surrounded on 3 sides by current existing homes, and Stanford does not have any legal easement across any of those homes to get into the different parts of our site. So the only way to get up from Alpine Road is if we construct this new fire maintenance road as part of our project, and that was called for by our vegetation management. Next slide. So the intent is, this is what you want to have in a well-managed particular site. You're not clear cutting the trees, you're removing the dead material. This is the type of property on an annual basis. Once you get the site to look like this, you can run the goats out, and this is exactly the terrain that the goats want to be working in and they're most effective. Next slide. With regard to the site plan itself, we did a lot of things with a lot of input, some very significant things. First of all, this project is going to underground the PG&E power line across the entire frontage of our site, not just the development area, but the entire property frontage. We have designed the homes in a cluster manner to basically concentrate them and keep the rest of us from a more concise site plan, which allows the fire district a better opportunity to protect this area in case of some sort of incident. And then also the homes themselves are designed with fire resistant materials and fire safe design features. Next slide. The building design itself and the landscaping, this was something that was requested as part of the ASCC, and we already made this adjustment and submitted it. The quality that we're doing our fire maintenance goes down to even on a lot by basis. So we'll be observing the zone 0, or basically the 5 feet around the home itself, and it is not going to have any landscaping. That material would either be gravel and or 5R or some other non-combustible material within 5 feet around the perimeter of the structure. Next slide. One thing that has come up a lot is, are you going to run a Marguerite to this site? And the answer, we've been consistent in saying no. The ridership to operate a Marguerite just doesn't, there's just not enough mass there to consider that. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't other resources that Stanford has available that we can utilize. We have ride matching services, the commute toolkit, excuse me. For spouses, we have access to, and we can connect them with the Bay Area Commuter Carpool Network, and also offer an emergency ride home program. So for example, these features are all going to be available to the residents of this project as Stanford affiliated people. So if they want to utilize and create a van pool that will take them from this site, and you can get 4 or more of the faculty members agreeing to participate, Stanford will fund that, and they'll pay the gas on a monthly basis. So we will be providing different tools to minimize our impact on the community and the transportation network. Next slide. So one thing that has come up a lot is this request to essentially double the setback along our northern property line. And in previous presentations, if you've seen my previous presentations, I really haven't hit it head on, but I thought I should at least before this commission. And quite frankly, if it was easy to do, we would have agreed to it long ago. We're not being obstinate. We think we have very legitimate reasons to resist that request. And those 2 reasons kind of break down into 2 pieces. The first one is, we believe that request flies in the face of the site design that we did that carefully tried to preserve trees and minimize the amount of grading in the site. So that change to double that setback and to quote shift the site actually creates several adverse conditions to the physical improvements around the proposed project. The second issue, and I'll talk about each of these, is this the fact that we are resistant in placing a public trail known as the Canyon Trail segment so close to our future existing moat. Next slide. So as I warned you, this exhibit came back. So this is the one that I like to use. It basically shows everything that we need to talk about. Next slide. So as you look at this, there's essentially 4 areas I wanted to talk about. In each of the 4, there are ramifications of shifting the site in each of these 4 areas. And I wanted to talk about them individually. For the first slide, next slide, please. So the first one is dead center. That's next slide. That's exactly where the existing 2 trees were that, as I said earlier, we attempted to design the project around. So the problem is when you start shifting the site over, we actually designed the roads to stay out of the drip line of the tree. So when you're dealing with mature oaks, you're not necessarily worried about the trunk location. You're actually worried about the drip line of the tree itself, because that's where the root ball underground is located. So some have said, well, yeah, you can move it over and maybe the proposed road isn't going to touch the trunk, but it is going to make more disturbance under the drip line. So we have been very resistant to do that. I think most of us have seen different projects over the years where you go to a shopping center or something and there's a big round plaza that's empty because they had attempted to design a plaza around an existing tree and the tree died. Now you have an empty hole in the ground. We don't want that. We want to preserve those trees. From the moment we were first on this site and looked at this, we wanted to preserve those trees. Next slide. The second area is up in number 2. Next slide. So there is a challenge to shoving basically the site over in this area. If you remember the colored topographic map, this is where you're going from yellow into orange, which means that's some of the steepest portions of the site. So as you move those lots further over, you're pushing them deeper into the hill. And so that has two ramifications. One, it's triggering much more grading, but because that area is relatively steep and there are so many existing trees, we've tried to limit the grading to end at the rear of those lots. So the only way that we could keep those lots would, after shoving things over 25 feet, we would ultimately end up with a 7-foot high retaining wall in the rears of these homes. And this is something that we think is creating a condition that's very unlivable. And that's going to force us really to design the project, redesign the project. And we don't necessarily want to do that. Next slide. Next slide. So number 3, same song, different verse. Okay, again, this is an area, it's not quite as steep as area number 2 that I just was talking about, but you can see the mass of trees in this area as well. So moving that over would force us to remove, in this particular case, 14 additional existing trees. Next slide. And then the last area I want to talk about is this number 4. And I actually think this is a significant, important area because, as I've said earlier, one of the things that we felt was critical was maintaining as many trees in that Alpine Road setback as possible, because that's exactly what we heard from the community. Allow the existing trees to screen the project itself. So as you can see, if you move this over, those lots, move them further to the left, you start to see more trees being removed, and it affects the grading. I'll also add, many of the comments that came out of the ASCC was was a recommendation for us to lower the heights of some of the retaining walls, especially the dual retaining wall, split retaining wall we have along our frontage. The problem is when you start to shift the site over, you're making our condition from grading worse, because now you're suddenly dealing with more material that's going to be cut out of the hillside that we have to just, have to accommodate on site or haul it away. And haul it away means lots of dirt trucks on the street. And that's, again, something that we've been trying to resist. We tried to create a balanced site with regard to earthwork from our original application. Next slide. Okay, I'm violating rule number 7 of PowerPoints. Don't put a lot of words on the screen. However, what I wanted to do, and I'm not going to read them all, but I'm transitioning to this issue with regard to the trails. And a lot of the concern about, well, wait a minute, the trails you propose don't look exactly like the general plan. Well, all of those sections are from the trails and paths element of the general plan, and all of them relate to the ability to move them around. So that you're essentially identifying what the intent of the trails are. But the last one, or the bottom one, basically says you want to prevent interference with the use and enjoyment of private property. So all of those imply that the general plan is a policy document, and that language suggests that we have the opportunity to suggest alternative layouts. We weren't being obtuse, we weren't not listening, we were trying to come up with what we felt was a better solution. And I think really in this particular issue with regard to the trails, this is the one element where our project is really hampered due to the fact that we have interim staff currently on board. For as great as Terrence is, there's no magic wand that tells him exactly all of the conversations we had with previous staff over the 5 years. So Howard Young basically understood what our position was. He also understood that we were trying to create an equivalency in terms of the overall trail system. Next slide. So as you can see, what is on the left is from the general, the trails and paths element. On the right is our proposed. So you can see that there are some differences, but we've attempted to show them in as close as the same location as possible. And then you can also see the little yellow circle. And I added that because that's where we are showing a connection. If the town ever does want to implement the Canyon Trail, which would be located in riparian habitat and is not covered in our environmental review, We've actually, our loop trail system does provide access to that in the future if the town decides they want to implement that trail. So we have made accommodations for that. Next slide. On the left is also, this is an exhibit out of the biotic report, which ultimately was entered into the EIR. So you can actually see what we've attempted to do is identify where intermittent streams are and other potential habitat areas so that our loop trail avoids those. So that was the logic behind what we proposed. Avoid causing more problems environmentally than you have to. Next slide. So again, more words, apologize. But specifically with regard to address the trail that is being suggested to run between our homes and the existing property line. So again, your town municipal code already took that into consideration. Basically says it's essential to maintain public trails and at the same time protect the privacy and safety of private property. In the draft EIR, another comment that came out was, well, this should be preserved in some fashion as a wildlife corridor. Well, the draft EIR did look at that and it did make the consideration, basically said wildlife would still be able to move between the surrounding higher quality habitat patches, that this would be a not less than significant impact by placing this project in this location. So we felt we have taken the information available and tried to craft together what we thought was the most responsive plan. Next slide. And my last. So in essence, I wanted to end on a high note. I want to remind everybody all of the things that the town is getting besides the units themselves, besides the fact that we're trying to build a high quality housing project. Clearly, you are getting what we felt is a, find my summary page. I got it. I got it. I'm a Boy Scout. Always be prepared.
Somebody's trying to cut you out.
My wife. Yeah. So first of all, we have attempted to provide a very thoughtful design that retains 84% of the overall site. That was something of concern from the community from day one. Clearly, we're providing much needed housing. It definitely, our project is currently listed as a in the housing element as a pipeline project. So it has been anticipated the housing would occur. We are providing 12 BMR units, below market rate units. This is 6 additional units than we would have been required normally to produce. Let's not forget things like undergrounding the PG&E power line across the entire frontage of the site. We all know with regard to past wildfires in the state of California, eventually people are looking at power lines that are blown down from PG&E. So we would be undergrounding that across our entire frontage. We're providing a fuel management plan for the entire 75 acres. We're not only worried about our homes because our people will be in those homes. So we want to make the site as safe as possible. Minor things, staff had asked us to increase the overall right of way of Alpine Road to 100 feet across our frontage. And we've agreed to do that and shown in our tentative map package. And then last but not least, we're providing upgraded infrastructure, including the interconnection of water lines in Westridge. So we're actually connecting 2 different sources of water and we're actually creating a better loop system for the water lines in the area. So with that, thank you. And I'm obviously available for any questions you may have.
We've now reached the place in our agenda where commissioners will ask questions of the staff and Stanford as we see fit. Since our EIR expert seems to have excused herself, I'll ask a different preliminary question since John ended on the trails. Will these yards be fenced? And what is the typical distance between the end of the house and the edge of the property?
Yes, the plans are proposed to have fenced yards, deer fencing, so not solid wood fencing. I'd have to look at the plan to confirm the distance between the rear of the home to the end of the fence unless We can ask Stanford, they might know off the top of their head. 15 to 20 feet.
Sorry, what was that? The
Uh,
15, 20 feet of what?
15 to 20 feet, typical distance between the end of the house and the fence or the back of the house. I would just point out the sections that you read, John, read them in the context of the ranch where I live, where we have no fences. We have people who disobey the rules, ride their bicycles, open their dogs without putting their dogs on a leash. And the trails literally go through people's or along the edge of our yards. So I'm glad to see those sections that you pointed out to us, but in the context of the ranch, I don't quite know how that balance worked out for those sections. I'm going to exercise the prerogative of the chair and go first in asking my questions. And my primary focus is going to be on transportation-related issues. So now that Rebecca's back, I was still practicing law when SB 743 was passed, and my understanding was that the primary purpose was to enhance infill, promote multimodal transportation, provide a vehicle for better analysis of greenhouse gas. And, you know, that seems to have given rise to a larger industry having to do with VMT for traffic analysis. I guess I'd just like to hear your thought process because I have lost a little bit of track of what's happened in the intervening years about how strong reliance on VMT for this project. Vehicle mileage traveled for those of us who don't always live in acronym soup. Because none of those policy questions really apply. We have a project here that is, I don't know how many, 15 miles from the main quad at Stanford, something more than that on a dead end road, basically. No public transportation. It basically has to be reached by private cars. So I don't know if you can enlighten me a little bit on why that approach is used and the values of it.
Sure. Well, as you mentioned, it's the state law that guided the decision under CEQA. So the CEQA guidelines were revised to require instead analysis of VMT, which is vehicle miles traveled rather than congestion based, because it was shown on a state level that encouraging more cars and more driving through congestion analysis was actually bad for the environment. And that the law of CEQA wanted to focus on things that were good for the environment. So reducing the overall amount that people drive was the goal under CEQA of the transportation analysis. So that's why they moved to VMT in that analysis. And so for this project, we did look at VMT of the project. And if not for the particulars of the project, it would have had a significant impact related to VMT due to the location. However, because it's housing that would be restricted to faculty, so each unit would have at least one Stanford faculty, we knew where those people were going to work. And so we didn't need to use general, trip lengths for here's an average of where employment is. We could say we know how far it is, they're going to work there. And then also affordable housing. There have been many studies that support that affordable housing has lower trip lengths. So lower VMT for affordable housing. And so when we did the analysis for this project, including those factors specific to this project, we found that this particular project would not have a significant impact related to VMT. So it would have generally less total miles traveled than other projects in Portola Valley. So that's the threshold under this new law, is whether it's 15% below what the average in the area is. So this project would be. With that being said, that's not the only thing that's looked at under CEQA in the transportation chapter. So we did also include an Appendix I of the draft EIR that included a traffic analysis. So we called it a non-CEQA informational item so that folks would know how this project contributed some trips to the local roadways. And then we also use that information to look at things like the safety of the access points on Alpine Road. And that was brought into the EIR, an assessment of that and about how many trips would be leaving each of the two access points and in what directions, and looking at the site distance, and that those were designed properly so that it would be safe to come in and out of those entry points.
You mentioned the below market rate shorter trips. That's what, countywide information, statewide information? That's not site-specific information, right?
That's not site specific. No, these are peer-reviewed studies that have gone out that are generally accepted as the standard now in transportation analyses. There are specific citations in the documentation. I could pull those
I
up.
read I read Appendix I pretty
Yeah, yeah.
carefully. And I didn't get an answer to that question because I don't know how you correlate information from that, what's the traffic transportation commission that's based on something like Palo Alto with El Camino and Alma and all those other things to a single road that is the only point of access. And I did not see analysis where you differentiated that in your application of the model.
So you're questioning whether the studies pertaining to the trip generation of affordable housing would pertain to this particular affordable housing?
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
So, I mean, that's acknowledged in those studies, and it's even acknowledged within ITE. So the standard for trip rates in general is that there are projects in different locations, and each location will have some differences to it. But that when they did this study and looked at affordable housing in various different locations, that they found that affordable housing had less trip generation than a similar non-affordable project in the same area. So we're not saying that it would have the same trip generation as a project in Palo Alto, but only that it would be less than a non-affordable project in this location.
In
also-
this location, what?
It's a percent reduction is how the analysis that we incorporated into our analysis came to that conclusion, that the affordable housing units generally have lower trip generation than non-affordable. And so that's true whether it's in Palo Alto, whether it's here, whether it's in another location. Not that they all have the same trip generation, just that they're all lower than a market rate.
It seems counterintuitive. Low market would seem to me to
Yeah.
have to work more than the retirees that we have in Portola Valley.
There's also less car ownership.
Okay, but I guess you'd agree with me that those are a lot of assumptions and a lot of calculations and a lot of modeling. And not site specific.
So some is industry standard, some is site specific. We did consider what would apply to this project and this site before applying it.
I didn't find a place where you included evacuation routes in your discussion of vehicle miles traveled. That is a basically dead-end road that I tried to calculate, but at least a third of this town's most likely to use in an evacuation. And I did not see that evaluated in Appendix I. Maybe I
Yeah,
missed it.
evacuation was discussed in the wildfire chapter and the wildfire attachment. And so it did a full evacuation study, because at the time, the town's evacuation study that now has been performed had not yet been available. And so an evacuation study was performed for this project in the absence of that study. When the town's analysis came out, it turned out the analysis we had in the EIR was actually a little bit more conservative, meaning that it assumed more trips on the roadways than the town's analysis did. So we were able to conclude that our analysis would still be accurate.
More trips in general or more trips in an evacuation?
In an evacuation. Mhm.
Let's talk about some of the comments we received from our committees, talk about whether or not you did this study. You did your field counts November 21st, 2019. 5 years ago now,
Mhm.
on one day. Why just one day? Shouldn't those be based on representative numbers? And wouldn't you need to do a couple other days to figure out what's really representative?
I'd have to look back at the study. I'm not the transportation engineer, but I think
That's good.
in general, there are there are a few traffic studies that are done in an area around a given time, and you always compare what are the numbers that I'm getting compared to other studies that are being done to make sure that it all looks about the same. And so at the time, it was believed that this was representative of the traffic levels in the area.
Well, I could just, since November 21st happens to be my birthday, I'm usually pretty aware of what happens on that day. And I was out of the country on that day in 2019, but I don't, I find it hard to justify it as a typical traffic day. It's after we put the clocks forward, backward, whatever we did. It's dark by rush hour, so most people are not going to be riding their bicycles. It's cold in the morning, so most people aren't going to be riding their bicycles. Happens to be a Thursday this particular year. I don't understand why you didn't do an additional days. And a comment related to that is with the passage of 5 years, why you didn't update the field study before you went to the final EIR. I mean, to me, that's just incomprehensible.
Well, so one of the reasons for that is that COVID happened. And so the traffic levels in the whole region went down during that point. And we're finding with recounts that they're only just starting to reach the levels that they were at before COVID. So redoing counts would more than likely show reduced traffic rather than increased traffic at this point. However, we think it's still not quite back up to normal again.
That wouldn't be consistent with my anecdotal experience, but if you have data to support that here, do you have data to support that here or in this vicinity?
I did not bring that data with me,
Okay,
but
do you have it that we could get it? Okay. I understand COVID on your appendix I. Table 1 talks about vehicle miles traveled per capita in the year 2020. And it gives numbers. I think that really has been deceptive. I know some of our committees who work on evacuation and traffic thought that you did studies in 2020, and here you're using data for 2020. I wonder if you could explain that. I suspect, I'm putting words in your mouth, that it's older data that just came out in 2020, but maybe you could explain that. That's table 1 of appendix I.
okay, let me take a look at that. So while I am pulling that up, I do want to repeat that traffic congestion, so the counts and whether trips are back up to where they're at or not, was included as a non-CEQA informational item. So that's not part of the analysis in the EIR. So I'm responding to you to try to provide answers, but it's not actually part of the considerations of that EIR.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm used to EIRs that are more robust, and I wasn't here when the scoping was done on this, but in terms of being able to make policy decisions that we need to make about protecting the safety of our residents, we need to understand these issues. And that's why I'm trying to dig through these pieces to figure out what really is
Understood. And that's
on-site
why,
data as
yep.
opposed to your modeling.
And that's why
I
I'm
once
responding.
modeled World War III, and I know that can sometimes get a little bit off base.
So I'm sorry, which table did you say?
Table 1,
Table 1.
average
Okay.
daily VMT per capita in Portola Valley, the
Ah,
county, and the
mhm.
Bay Area.
Okay, so these are the projection years that the regional modeling uses. So MTC and Plan Bay Area, they look at every 10 years and they do projections for those. So that's why in this table, it has year 2020, year 2030, and year 2040. Because that's what the projection years are. And so they've projected out what the averages they anticipate will be for the Bay Area or the county or the local jurisdictions.
Do you know how they separate those projections out? I mean, I grew up in Palo Alto, so I understand how you could do a traffic analysis, whether, like I do it every time I go home, you know, do I go on Alba? Do I go on El Camino? Do I go out to Bay Shore? But I don't know how you do that when you only have one road in. So I just am curious if you could help me understand how that projection can be done under these circumstances.
Well, so this table that we're talking about is the average daily VMT per capita in Portola Valley. So they generate VMT averages by actually running through the traffic models and then determining these trips that are coming out of the traffic models, what the lengths of them are, and then they create an average for the whole area. So that's what this table is showing, is the averages for these various areas, either the Bay Area, San Mateo, or Portola Valley. This particular table is not project-specific information. These are the averages.
Okay. And they're not age dependent or driving condition, you know, they're whether you work or whether you go in the grocery store doesn't
Nope.
distinguish any of that. Okay, well, that's helpful. That in particular, I don't think was from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, but you also have a lot of data in here from them. Let's see here if I can find, you can see I got this marked up. I probably can find it, but I guess the same question sort of applies. Their data is, again, generic modeling data, right?
Yeah, so ITE is the industry standard for trip generation. And so they've gone out and they've done an assessment of these types of uses in various different locations and then come up with averages.
Okay. And so models, you conclude that this project is estimated to generate 26 trips during the AM hour, 6 in and 20 out. I wonder if Stanford knows that only 20 of these residents who get these nice houses are actually going to work in the morning. I mean, and I don't know how you have 20 out and 6 in unless you're taking kids to school.
Well, so the
Which would
peak,
mean that 14 would be going to work if they were just going to school.
right. So peak hour as a concept in transportation analysis is you're looking at what is the single hour that would have the most number of trips during that hour. So it's not saying the entire commute period of the morning, because of course, some people go to work earlier and some people go to work later. So that's just the hour where there would be the most trips expected. What would be those number of trips? So we're not saying that other people don't leave their house in the morning. And then coming back, yeah, I mean, that is folks who drop their kids off or run errands or drop a spouse off, or there's various reasons, but that's what the traffic modeling shows happens.
So were we to have only one exit, which I'll get to in a minute, that would mean that every 2 minutes, one car would come out and make a left turn onto Alpine Road, roughly 26 trips. Is my math almost right?
I'm trying to find the trip table. Hold on while we're,
I'm on page 9 of
Gotcha.
the appendix,
yep,
trip generation estimates, table 3.
right.
So I'm just trying to put this in practical terms, not modeling terms.
Right. Yeah, so you are talking about an AM peak hour total of 26 during that hour where you have the most trips, 6 in and 20 out. We can't say that they're going to be evenly spaced. But if you wanted to look at it that way, it would be X number, every minute.
Okay. Scope of the analysis. Like I said, I wasn't here when you scoped this document. How come you only went to 280? You know that people who live here have to work at Stanford, and Stanford is way
Sure.
beyond 280. It also looks like you have some trips on Arrestadero Road, which goes to the industrial park, which is not part of the main university, although I know you still own the land over there. Why did you scope it so narrowly?
Sure. So let me answer the second question first, having to do with trip distribution. And that's because only one person in any given residence is required to work at Stanford. So they would have a spouse who might work somewhere else. They would have children who might need to be dropped off somewhere else. And so that's why the distribution isn't just folks coming back and forth from Stanford. As for the scope of the analysis, it has to do with the number of trips. So as you said, we're talking about 26 total trips during the
Morning.
AM peak hour where you have the most people. And so as those get further out from the project site, they dilute. So you have 26 within the project, and then some are going to each of the two access points, and then some are turning different directions. And so by the time you get further from the project, you're talking about 5 cars during the entire hour or 6. And at that point, they don't have the potential to have a noticeable effect on those roadways or intersections. So that's how
With
this.
all due respect, you've already got, up above your project, you already have what? It was about 600 a day. So you already have coming down Alpine Road, you're adding to that. Then when you go under 280, it's gridlock right now because you've got all the traffic coming off of 280 who want to go to Nipper Serra or Sand Hill or the Alameda de las Pogas. So I ask again, why didn't you evaluate that segment?
Sure. So it has to do with the requirement to analyze the project and not the broader regional conditions.
But the project requires that these people work at Stanford. It's not just you and me building a house for our friends.
No, I understand. What I'm trying to say is that.
Sorry, I did interrupt you.
That's okay. Let's see here.
You think it's beyond the scope?
The concept of a substantial contribution to an existing traffic problem. Now, again, we don't really look at congestion. So I'm kind of going back to the types of analysis we did in EIRs before that state law came through, and then the informational item that was included here, where you still consider, does the traffic that this project is generating, because remember, I'm looking at this project, does this traffic cause a substantial contribution to any existing negative condition or create a new negative condition? And that's where the amount of cars you're talking about do matter. And especially when you're talking about a roadway or an intersection that has a lot of existing traffic. Just from a CEQA perspective and from an analysis perspective, there needs to be a nexus to hang it on the head of the project and say, this, you caused this, or it's a big problem for you. And in this case, because of the low number of trips that would be entering the areas that far away, there wasn't a nexus to consider it a substantial contribution of this project.
The modeling determination of the low number of trips.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see here, going down my list. I'm glad that you did level of service, but before I get to that, I worked with Caltrans. I in fact designed a overpass with them. And so learned a lot about their studies. And one of their biggest considerations for safety is the number of decisions that a driver has to make when they get to some sort of an intersection. So leaving the wedge driveway, a driver has to figure out bicycles, pedestrians, and then incoming traffic, assuming most of your drivers are going to go to the left there. I didn't see, and it's possible I missed it. I didn't see a fervent discretion or description or a detailed description of the merging zone. I did see some reference to increasing right-of-ways along the road, but how long of a merging zone would you put in there, given the volume of traffic that's already coming down when you add your 26 per hour when I'm trying to get to town?
Right. I understand what question you're asking, and I am trying to get to the appropriate part of the draft EIR. Give me one moment.
My memory is a little foggy, but Caltrans has a lot of data on how much the likelihood of accidents or difficulties arise with the increasing number of decisions that a driver has to make. And we have that problem. It didn't show up in your studies, like I said, because in November, not very many bicyclists are going down there. You also didn't study the middle of the day when Alpine Road is basically stopped for the noon peloton of bicyclists that come by. So I'm trying to put all this together in my mind and figure out how real any of this is.
Sure. So is your question related specifically to bicycle safety or?
The question I worked my way around to was how long of a merge lane did you propose here? And I didn't see any description of that.
No, so there's no merge lane proposed. And so as part of the environmental analysis, we looked at the project as proposed and would it meet applicable safety standards? Would it meet design criteria for those roadways and those intersections? And so it started on page 16-9 of the draft EIR, where we looked specifically at that project roadway design and the site distance. And so we talk a little bit about the measurements of the roadway and how far apart they are. They're 550 feet apart about. We looked at the site distance and determined that it would meet or exceed the required site distance, so greater than 350 feet in both directions.
To analyze the impact of higher volumes of bicycles or pedestrians or horses?
Yes, sorry, I'm answering one part of the question at a time. So let me go back here. So looking at the intersection operations, well, okay, going back to bike and pedestrian, so we did consider that. And one of the interesting things with this location is that that Alpine road pathway along there is set back off the road a little bit. And so that creates what can sometimes be a dangerous condition because it's before the stop sign that you would stop for the intersection of the road. And so we identified that as a potential issue and required as a mitigation measure, trans 2, correct the high visibility warning that there's a trail crossing there. And I think ultimately you're talking about residents of the site. There will be visitors, but the residents will get used to there being a trail there. But still, that's with a sign requiring stopping, that created a safe enough condition that was consistent with other trail crossings throughout throughout Portola Valley, and then consistent with applicable safety standards.
Applicable safety standards? What's that mean?
So,
Sorry.
yeah, no, that's okay. So we looked at things like, is there landscaping that's in the way? Can you see the trail users as they're coming? And we considered the fact that, can those trail users see the car as it's coming? And then considering that here you have equestrian as well, which is higher up, to make sure that the visibility due to the site design was adequate.
I looked at your alternatives analysis and obviously did not consider the traffic issues associated with entry in Alpine Road sufficient enough to look at a one exit alternative, right? Also,
Correct.
you didn't look at off-site alternatives. Is that no longer required? I used to always have to put an additional site location in my document.
Yeah, so it's in the alternatives considered but rejected section.
Okay, I didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah, it's before we go through the 3 alternatives. And it was considered but rejected for numerous reasons, one of which being that the housing demand in the area is such that developing housing on another site does not mean that you wouldn't develop housing on this site. So you can't say, hey, it's this type of use that if we put it there, it's not going to happen here. In addition to it being a site identified in the housing element for residential development. I can look back at what the other arguments were, but that's why it was rejected from further consideration.
Okay, bear with me here, gentlemen, I'm almost done. I did appreciate that you did the level of service analysis, which I do find useful. especially when you look at Ladera and realize that we're basically close to failing. We've got level of service D pretty much everywhere. So notwithstanding your VMT analysis, I think that indicates a greater traffic problem, even from your smaller contribution. Do I recall, and I can't put my finger on it right now, did you update the level of service evaluations at all? Did you update any of your traffic field studies since 2019?
No.
Okay. Just tell me why. It seems like an incredibly long time. It's just because you think things went down with COVID and they haven't come back?
So there's a few reasons. That is one of them. That every time we've reperformed counts in the area, it's showing that they are just about reaching pre-pandemic levels now. Another reason is that this was not an analysis for the EIR. So remember, it's just an informational item. So that's why I didn't do it. Because I'm the one doing the EIR. But then also because if it was part of the EIR, the law of CEQA requires that it not be a never-ending process. And so we like to say planning doesn't happen in a vacuum. So it's not that a project is proposed and then nothing else happens and no time goes by. And the way that the law of CEQA handles that while still being enforceable is by setting what your baseline condition is when your notice of preparation goes out. So when that NOP goes out, those are the conditions under which you have to analyze the project. And that basically prevents it from being a never-ending process where then every time anything changes or any time goes by, you don't need to restart or redo that analysis. But again, this was not a CEQA analysis. So it's just an informational item. Those are just the logical reasons I could give you.
Nonetheless, you had to do a cumulative analysis for CEQA, right? And in the interval between your draft EIR and the final EIR, we came up with a housing plan, which puts a large number, hundreds of new vehicles on Alpine Road, and that never got analyzed in your FEIR, right? Either in your traffic study or the EIR, if you want to make that distinction.
Sure. So again, yes, this was not in the EIR, the congestion analysis. It was an informational item. But under the law of CEQA, what happens in the case of a later project coming and proposing something while this one is still in progress? No, this project is not required to restart their analysis to consider that. The new project has to consider the projects that have come before it. And
Never heard it read that way. Always read it cumulative impact analysis, foreseeable. It was foreseeable.
If it was
and-
foreseeable,
and-
yes,
and
when-
Now it has in fact happened. But I hear what you're saying.
Mhm.
And I mean, I think I appreciate that your distinction between providing it informationally or part of the EIR, sort of a distinction without a difference. I got to make a decision here on how to have traffic safety in this town. And I have to use all the information I have available, and we could differ and go out in the parking lot and argue about what CEQA requires and what doesn't require, but I'm trying to understand context in which this information is provided, and I'm comfortable with the threshold analysis of even saying it's not part of CEQA.
It's not legally part of CEQA.
Yeah, I understand. Because your VMT showed this relatively small impact, I guess you didn't, John in his presentation did talk about some of the public transportation options, van pools and so forth that Stanford offers, but you don't have any discussion of that in here, right? Because you didn't think it was required to mitigate these impacts?
So the accepted threshold for VMT is whether a project has VMT that's 15% below the local average, and this project is. So there's no mitigation that's warranted from a CEQA perspective.
Let me look quickly. I think that's the bulk of my questions. Did you do anything with your level of service analyses here other than just include them? I didn't see any analysis.
Nope. No, as discussed, that was provided as an informational item, largely because the planning process likes to factor that in, even though it's not part of the environmental analysis anymore.
Let me just check a couple things. I think that's all the questions I have now for you. Thank you very much. Gentlemen,
Could I request a short bio break?
Absolutely. Down heart.
5 minutes or something, 10?
It's 8:45. We have a 7-minute break, please. Hey, let's reconvene. We are still at the place in our agenda where commissioners will ask questions of the applicant or the staff. So who wants to go next? Ronnie? John?
Either way. Go for it. Okay, I actually do have one more EIR question on the transportation. So we were looking at the table before that had, it's table 3. I think it was, what, 20, 24, 26 total trips and 6 trips going into town in the morning, peak hour. And, you know, I think, so all the schools are going to be, all school trips are going to be going into town, I believe, and most of them. Probably 30 plus kids in this development. And so, or more. And I just think that there's going to be a lot more trips going into town, taking kids to school, and then returning back to the development, taking a left turn back in. So, any justification for how there could possibly be only 6?
I think the justification, similar to what I had said before, is that while we ultimately don't have a crystal ball, we can't tell you exactly what these particular people are going to do. We have to rely on the averages of what people in this situation generally do. And that's how we came up with the number. Remember, again, it's just the 1 hour that has the most trips. And I realize school has a set time, but maybe not everyone comes back right away. Maybe they run errands, or maybe, you know, people are carpooling. And so this is just observationally, you know, the average number of trips from residential units.
Commissioner Krasinski, if I could just interrupt real quick, another point of information. I just wanted to let people know that the council liaison, Councilmember Taylor, is in fact, has been on for some time, but haven't had a chance to bring that up to the attention. So just wanted to let know, sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. Thank you. I have a few questions for Stanford. First one, would you be able to make the driveways wider in order to enable non-tandem parking spots in front of, in the front of the house?
Based on the current proposed lot sizes, probably not. In other words, you're asking to make them double width that leads into a single car garage. Or,
Yeah, just provide like a little bit extra space on the side. And I mean,
I think we would accept that as a suggestion or something we would look at in the final design. I have not looked at that. Fully admit that was not something I looked at.
okay. And I had a couple questions that Commissioner Brothers touched on. So the backyards, if I understand, they're not private in the sense that they have fences, which I think are view fences, deer fences that the neighbors would be able to see through. That was a question, but I think that the answer is yes, that they are. right?
Okay, I will give you a potential answer.
Okay.
If it's a potential question. So no, I mean, well, actually, when we originally submitted the project, we were submitting something that I would consider very typical for a subdivision, which would have been solid wood fences, side fences, and side solid rear fence. Okay? In reviewing the project and trying to make it more fire safe or as fire safe as possible, that's when we transitioned to making them view fences. So you still would have the wood fences, but they would be mesh. So I think what you're doing, you're transitioning from creating privacy into security. So the rear yards would be fenced. If you had an animal, a dog, they would be secure. But you're not going to have that sense of privacy that you would normally get in a solid wood.
Okay, so they're secure, but you could see through them.
Correct.
And so, I think plenty of homes in Portola Valley have trails behind them or alongside them, including homes that are maybe somewhat close to the back of their property line. And I'm just wondering what your justification is for saying that if there was a trail behind the property, that it would create undue interference with use and enjoyment of the private property.
Yeah, and again, so that's where I'm making the point that it does intrude on the privacy of the rear home. So again, I think this was asked indirectly. These are relatively small homes, so we have relatively small lots and relatively small rear yards. Okay, not unusual in the Bay Area, certainly unique for Portola Valley. So what that means is, let's do the math for a second, is your rear yard that you control, your private rear yard would be 15 to 20 feet in depth. You would have the fence, and then you would have potentially a trail, but the trail isn't going to be on the other side of the buffer. It's going to go probably right down the center of the buffer area, which means depending on the width of the trail, that makes it half again. So you're basically saying that these people, this trail is going to be within about 25 feet of people's rear yards without private security fencing. I mean, you have security fencing, but not visually.
Right.
secure.
But they also don't have visual privacy with the neighbors. And I mean, is there a standard that you're going by, or that's just kind of that
It
is your opinion?
well, I would say based on my experience, because I've dealt with I've been doing housing almost all of my career, long before I came to Stanford. So there's generally a rule of thumb that basically says you try to separate public trails. And again, in this case, this is not necessarily public walkway in a urban subdivision. This is a trail. So you actually want to have as much separation as possible. We do talk about, and I think it was in the staff report, that the trails wouldn't be utilized in nighttime conditions, but we're not fencing them off. We're not keeping it in. So you really do want to put a buffer around these homes and separate them from the trails. So our point has long been, we've got 75 acres. We've tried to accommodate the trails that were shown that meet all of the conditions, all of the policies of the trails, you know, the trails and path element. We're just taking exception to this one particular segment because we feel that you still have access to the future canyon trail through the other trail. So it's not like we've precluded anything. It's just you're going to get to them in a different way.
Okay, regarding shifting the development site. So just to note, the northern property line is at an angle, roughly 45 degrees. So if we went 25 feet south, as recommended by the ASCC, that's actually increasing the setback by about 17 feet. If instead you went 12 feet south and 12 feet east, you would also increase the setback by about the same amount. Would moving it 12 feet south and 12 feet east, east being towards Alpine, with the understanding that that would result in some encroachment into the scenic corridor, would that be more viable in your opinion?
Under the conditions that you outlined, yes. It would allow us to keep the grading further away from the steepest part of the site, which we've always been attempting to do. Now, that would answer maybe 3 of the lots concerns, 12 through 14, where you really have that situation with the 7-foot high retaining walls if we executed the plan as suggested. That doesn't mean that we won't have additional tree loss in other areas, and I think we still would lose the 2 trees in the central tot line. So
Those trees, I mean, by the map, they're, I don't know, eyeballing it something like 30 plus feet away from the road currently. So I don't really see that if you move the development 12 feet that you would lose the trees.
again, and I touched on this in my presentation, you don't necessarily design the avoidance of trees based on where the trunk is. You look at, especially with mature oak trees, you look at the drip line of the trees themselves. So yeah, your measurements are accurate, but we actually developed, and as part of our topographic map, we actually show where the drip line of the trees are. And that's where we set the edge of the road. We didn't want to push the road under the drip line of the trees. Because remember, when you just don't set the road on top of the soil, you actually undercut the road to put the underpaving, you know, gravel and utilities and things like that. You do a lot of trenching where the road is going to be. So the safest way to preserve those trees is don't do any disturbance under the drip line.
Yeah. For anyone looking at the diagram, I mean, my reference point is that the width of that road is 20 feet and those trees are in the circle number 1, so you can try to eyeball how far away they are from the road.
But the road goes to the drip line. That's correct.
If we move the there was a recommendation from the ACC to reduce the double retaining wall. And in your response to that, you proposed that a possible alternative was to add sleeper fill. Which I think is fill sort of below market units so that you wouldn't need the double retaining wall. Is that something that you would investigate as possibly doing in the next project phase, even without a condition of approval?
Yeah, I would make that statement of anytime an applicant comes forward with a project and it's a hillside condition and there's a lot of grading, there's lots of other things that we still will be doing post-approval prior to construction, which is design level geotechnical analysis. So that's the other point where we would also behooves us as the applicant to have any retaining wall as low as possible. So it is in our mutual interest to try and design that as low as possible. But what you typically do, what an applicant does at this point is we don't want to come in too low and then come back later to the city and say, oops, you know, that 4-foot retaining wall? It's 7, you know, we usually try to overestimate and so that we can do the final grading plan and try and reduce the retaining walls to the greatest extent possible. So my interpretation of that, of the ASCC comment is, yes, to the greatest extent possible, we have options, but we want to consider all those options to find out, can we keep the trees in that area, and not put them in danger by trying to put any fill material near or under them. Same song, different verse. You have the drip line of those trees you're trying not to disturb under too. And in some cases, even adding fill material under drip line adversely affects trees.
I guess the context for my next question is that we have, you know, our housing element and we're gonna have to start reporting and basically be fulfilling the requirements under the RHNA, housing units that we have to build. And so given that, I mean, I personally would be interested in options to build more units here. So there's 39 proposed, 41 was the calculated as being allowed. In theory, the town could allow more than that. Has the ship sailed on that? Which you're going to answer. I'm guessing the answer is going to be yes, but is there anything we could do now to maybe enable an add-on project in the future or something like that?
Yeah, my initial response is, where have you been all my life? But, seriously though, 41 is essentially the number we have been utilizing. We've shown the math, we've provided all the information. So, absent of significant rezoning, general plan amendments, et cetera, we're basically showing the project density as dense as it could potentially be. Now, granted, there is a difference between 39 units and 41 units, but we actually chose to keep 2 units off the plan. Those units would have been directly adjacent to our closest neighbor on the north side of the property. So we just felt that it was in everyone's best interest. I think what you're also starting to see is, based on this current design, it's a very literal jigsaw puzzle. When you move something, something else has to move, something else gets out of the way. So if we had that opportunity years ago, we probably would have attempted to do that. But we've been following the state bonus density laws to the greatest extent possible to come up with the number of units that we have now. But it's all predicated on current conditions of the general plan and zone.
Okay. For the undeveloped area and preserving it as open space, there's a reference to a legal instrument. What is that? What is that going to be?
Parents, do you want to help me with that one a little bit? I mean, I can answer, but you were looking lonely over there.
I'm not lonely at all, but, but I was gonna bounce that to our town attorney, because
Okay.
she's been doing quite a bit of study on this, in fact, today, I believe.
Yeah, I noodled on this a little bit today. I suspect that I would likely recommend that the town and Sanford enter into an open space easement. There are different types of legal instruments. There's conservation easements as well, but those typically have greater restrictions and typically require that they be entered into in perpetuity. Whereas open space easements, I believe, have a minimum of a 10-year period. It may be that we condition it for a longer period than that, but the conditions of approval for this project apply until there is a comprehensive redevelopment of the site, which is a defined term in the conditions. And thus the typical restrictions for conservation easement, the in perpetuity may not be a good fit here. So to be worked out, but likely an open space easement.
Catherine, you may not be aware that when the ranch was developed, they were required to give conservation easements. So that may raise the issues of consistency. I don't know about other developments in the town.
One of the reasons, well, couple things, and I'm glad you have that exhibit on the screen. The area we're talking about, as I just explained, we have essentially transferred all of the development potential to our development site under current existing general plan of zone. There isn't anything left for future development unless, as I mentioned earlier, the suggestion or the possibility of other things, other general plan or rezoning. So to me, I don't see the need for either a conservation or open space easement, only because Stanford's going to maintain ownership of it. And there isn't development potential currently available. So that's Stanford's position.
I have that as a question for staff. Maybe those are my questions for
Okay.
Stanford. Thanks. I have some questions for staff now. And I guess I'll start there since that was one of the questions. So we have this currently condition of approval number 13, A13, which is requiring this legal instrument. And if we just didn't do that, if we deleted the condition, what would this situation be? Because as far as I understand, like John just described, with the planning and development and initial use permit, the available density under our current zoning has kind of been exhausted. So if we didn't do an additional instrument, could there be more development without rezoning? What would the status be?
Well, without rezoning, there would only be this 2 additional units that are sort of underneath the cap. However, as we've become painfully aware, there are sometimes state actions like builders remedy projects and the other tricks they may pull on us. So that there could be potential without any kind of conservation easement, there could be potential development on the site that even without zoning.
And to understand, I mean, there's going to be a subdivision, right? And so that undeveloped area will be its own parcel. But the development potential on that parcel will be two units at that point.
Well, because the entire parcel they've left 2 units off. They have 39 instead of 41. So there is that much left in the development potential of the entire site.
But after the subdivision, where do those 2 units go? Do they go to one parcel or another?
They don't, well, it's, they would go to the development area in this case, but as they indicated, it would be, that would put them close to existing homes. When I said they, I mean Stanford.
Okay.
Yeah,
please.
so subdividing it doesn't reset that number of units.
Correct. It does not. However, the town could rezone the parcel and add more development potential. In addition, there could be, if we fall out of compliance with our housing element, you could have a builder's remedy project, which came in.
But so we're subdividing it, but in essence, they're still linked from the total building capacity.
Correct.
And Catherine, I mean, I think you somewhat touched on this, but I guess personally, I'm not convinced it's in the town's interest to, give up all possibility of development on the site forever or even for the life of the current development. I mean, given the housing requirements that we are going to face. And so let's say in 30 years, we wanted to do some more development. Would this plan allow the town council to what that legal instrument was establishing?
Yeah, I guess it would depend on how the legal instrument was drafted, and the term of it. So, if it were for a period of 30 years, it could be revisited in 30 years, or if there was a caveat that, well, if needed to comply with the state housing, RENA allocations, there could be a reopening, I suppose. Again, the town would need to rezone the site and amend the general plan and housing element to make everything consistent. But I would say that is a possibility. We haven't, completely foreclosed that possibility. I wanted to make one other note about the easement and do we really need it? We did look at the environmental review to make sure that, just basically to check to see whether this open space easement or restrictions is any sort of mitigation measure. It's not. It's not, required as a mitigation measure in the EIR. However, there is one finding related to, I think it's the subdivision. No, it's the PUD that relies in part on the fact that the town will be entering into this, permanent open space protection. And so I haven't fully analyzed that, but I think Stephanie and our consulting team has given us some thought whether, whether staff could still make a recommendation in terms of being able to make that finding. This is finding E of the PUD requirements on page 32 of the packet. I just want to note that the finding does reference the fact that the remainder site, this parcel Z we see here, will be protected as open space. So something to consider in terms of what and why I would say staff recommended the conditions as they're drafted.
So there aren't any improvements planned for Alpine Road, such as left turn lanes. What happens if we approve the project and down the road becomes problematic and we determine that we do need turn lanes? My question is there anything that we can do now to sort of stipulate that if that happens, Stanford should be responsible to pay for it or mitigate it?
Yes, you can include such a condition. It's unusual to have a condition that would be in effect after the completion of the project. You certainly could include a condition to have this assessed prior to the final map, for example, to look at that issue. But if 10 years from now, if there's a condition that says in 10 years, if there's ever a problem with the access, Stanford has to fix it, that I'm gonna have to, the city attorney, the town attorney is gonna probably tell me that she has to research that.
Okay, but I guess the option that you alluded to would be what exactly? To have a review at the final map completion?
You could see an operational analysis that would take updated traffic volumes into account and other issues. You could conceivably do that. I don't know if Stanford would think of that, but it's your opportunity. You could in fact make a condition that there be an updated traffic analysis that would be reviewed by staff. And determine if there was because as you know, there are engineering standards warrants for these kinds of improvements. And so the town engineer could look at that study and decide whether improvements were needed, and that Stanford would have to pay for that analysis and pay for the improvements that were deemed needed. I think as long as you did that before the final map was completed, I think that would pass muster.
Okay. Yes, please.
That is a particularly unusual route to go with regard to conditioning, because right now the environmental document did not show any nexus justifying that improvement. So if there is an issue down the road, it wouldn't necessarily be Stanford's responsibility to do that. Now, I will say to amend your question slightly, Stanford has done something that's relatively significant to the benefit of the town, which is to ensure that the town is going to have a full 100-foot wide Alpine Road right of way across our frontage. So if in the future the town decides they need to do other things, they will already have the right of way, and that's usually one of the more costly things to acquire before you can do circulation improvements.
100 feet, a little confused. How much of, that's not all on Stanford's
So,
property, right?
and so, yeah, so, well, yes. So that's, right now, the right of way of Alpine Road is generally around 80 feet. It dips and moves around. So we would, in some cases, since Stanford also owns property on the other side of Alpine Road, we have the ability to grant 100-foot clear right of way all across our frontage.
Okay. Okay, thank you. There's been some comments, talking about closing off one end of the loop road with a gate. That would be only for emergency, access by the fire department. Do we have any information on if the fire district would accept that?
The fire district is, it's fine with the layout as it is with the gate on it, doesn't affect their operations. However, there could be issues with the, trash trucks, recycling trucks, and other service vehicles, Amazon trucks and so on and so forth. But from your direct question, the fire department doesn't care because there would be a lockbox, there'd be a knock box on it, and they could access using the gate. So the fire department is fine with the gate, but there could be other operational issues that Stanford may be aware of.
Right. I assume we would need a turnaround, and that also leads into my next question. For the Alpine Scenic Corridor 75-foot setback, what exactly does it allow or prohibit? I mean, I gather structures are not allowed, but is parking allowed? Are turnarounds allowed? Are fences allowed? Are retaining walls allowed? As far as I could tell, informally, people believe that nothing is allowed, but I'm not sure where that's spelled out in the general plan.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm not exactly aware either. I do know, as you indicated, I do know that structures are not allowed. However, the gate would be allowed. There are actually other examples in town where there are gates in the scenic corridors. So we'd have to research that to know what exactly is allowed.
I mean, that must be something we can get the answer.
Yes.
I mean, so you don't know if parking is allowed?
Well, I know that when it's been proposed in the past, it's been proposed as an exception. So, for example, there was discussion of the Dorothy Ford site that there be some parking in the scenic setback, and that was an issue of some debate. So I don't know the exact details of what can be done, whether parking could be allowed in the area. I don't. We'd have to research it for you.
I mean, like I've looked at the general plan, Alpine Scenic Corridor. Is that where we would look to find the answer to this question? I didn't see anything there that said that exempted parking. Would it be there or would it be somewhere else?
I'm not that.
To the
Stephanie?
Chair,
Yeah.
the municipal code, section 18.58.020D has the only reference within the Alpine Road Scenic Corridor, and it specifically states that no structure can be located within that 75-foot zone.
And
It does not speak to flat, open parking areas.
do you know what the definition of structure in that context would be?
The
Would it
municipal code would
include
have it. I'd pull it
fence,
up.
retaining wall?
I would imagine anything that would trigger the need for a building permit to be issued for it.
Would that include a fence?
I believe fences do require a permit from the town building department. Yes.
Okay. Would it include parking spots?
I think that would depend on what the parking area would be composed from. asphalt versus impervious surface. If there was an additional curb cut, that would be required within the right of way.
Okay.
If I might, and with all due respect, I want to correct something Terrence said, because the email that we both received from Kimberly earlier today, I had a completely opposite interpretation of what you just said. She said regarding the absolutely 100% will not be allowed by Inside Fire Protection District. So we asked her about the possibility of just making it a one-way. So I interpreted her response as
Was that,
it is
You-
to remain as is, meaning as proposed.
well, sorry, when you say one way, what is that? Was this within the context of having a gate? And also, I don't know what you mean by one way, because it would still be two-way if you put a gate.
I was referring to the two-way roads, but with a gate on one of the entrances, and she has indicated that that is fine. What she doesn't accept under any circumstances, as you indicate, is a one-way loop. She needs a two-way road, but she has no problem with a gate, with a fire department access. That does create other issues potentially for a need of a turnaround with Amazon, but as far as fire is concerned, they're fine with that, but not with a one-way road under any circumstance.
Okay, well, that's not how I interpreted it, so that's fine. And she had wanted to be here tonight, but she had a family commitment, so.
No, I've had extensive discussions with her about this.
So our position is not unlike what has been discussed, which is essentially, if you make it only one entrance, not two, every service vehicle is gonna have to go through, turn around and come back, because there's no way for them to move around.
Right.
Trash trucks, Amazon delivery, DoorDash, et cetera, right? So in a way, within the neighborhood, you're actually creating more traffic in front of somebody's house, even though, so.
Well, yeah, okay. I think we would need a turnaround, and I think that turnaround would probably need to be in the Alpine Scenic Corridor, and that's why I was trying to understand if it's allowed or not.
Yeah, and that's something that if the turnaround is not allowed in the scenic corridor, it could potentially force us to lose units, and that's
Yep.
something we would.
Okay, next question. If something is not allowed in the Alpine Scenic Corridor, can the town allow it as a permit the encroachment, the violation, the have a variance? I don't know the exact terminology, but can we, the town, choose to allow that?
If the only description of what's allowed is what Stephanie just indicated, then it should be able to be allowed through, and perhaps to be consistent as part of a PUD, which you already have a PUD on this site. You could be amending that PUD to allow that. It would increase the impervious surface. So that is another issue to be taken into account.
But like, even let's say we wanted to allow a structure, an actual structure within the scenic corridor, is that something that the town could do? Or what would that become?
I think not, given the language that's described. You'd have to modify that. You'd have to, I mean, the town council can make changes to their code whenever they wish, but it would be a modification to the municipal code.
Right, but it's because it's in the municipal code, not the general plan.
Correct.
Okay. In Portola Valley, can parking be on gravel or dirt, or is it required to be on?
It has to be on paved surfaces.
And so can you maybe just explain the town center? We do seem to have parking on gravel.
There is parking that is informally used in the town center that's on unpaved surface. However, it's not straight for parking, and parking is not, by code, parking must be on a paved surface.
Could we add a condition of approval which required the home driveways to be wider to enable non-tandem parking?
I believe that, you could, I believe that, Stanford's indicated they would take that as a suggestion. But, I don't think you could do it if it would cause a reduction in units.
I mean, is it up to Stanford to take something as a suggestion? I thought a condition of approval is something that we are
Oh.
enforcing.
No, it's only that if you bring in a condition of approval that reduces the number of housing units, it could be a violation of state law.
Okay, how does that get determined? Like, by my estimation, widening the driveways would not reduce the number of housing units. So how does that get determined? Whether or
Well,
not it does?
that's the determination. If there's room for it, then your condition would not cause a reduction in units.
Okay.
But it hasn't been studied, so I can't say, but if there is room for it, then no, it would not create the reduction in units. All right,
So is it okay for us to add a condition of approval such as that which has not been studied?
of course.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Terrence. We are in kind of a new situation here with these 5-meeting rule that's come up, and I think this is the first time we've run into it. What does that mean at the moment? Like, in terms of where are we in this meeting? What do we have to do? You know, and where do we go next type of thing?
Sure. What it means is that tonight you need to make a recommendation to either, I believe Stephanie might have gone over this, but to either recommend approval of this project, to recommend denial of this project, or to recommend approval with conditions, with additional conditions.
Are you saying we only have one meeting?
That's
I
correct.
think that's John's question, but that leaves 2 then for the council of the total.
Well, there's debate over whether or not the 3-meeting attempt counted as a meeting. In addition, we are attempting to move this project forward quickly and bring it forward to a special meeting on the 5th of December. So an additional meeting by the commission would not allow that to happen.
So you meant 3 committees? You
The
said
3
three.
committee meetings.
3
I was
committee
at that meeting. It was never convened. Never called to order.
Again, I'm gonna, if you need to dig deeper into this, I'm gonna toss this to our town attorney because I am not an attorney.
So
and-
I was going more down so if we did say we denied it, what does that mean? The town council gets to decide without our input? Is that how it goes?
Yes,
That's what they have, because they have to do that, right?
yes.
Okay. Second question. I think we've probably covered this, but I noticed on page 6 of the staff report, there's a discussion about, no future development. That was referring to this discussion about possible open space easements, right?
That is correct.
That's okay. Okay. And then Catherine, just from a question perspective, so I was also going down the path of what do we do with future arenas and not locking up our hands as a town? So would it be possible if we did an open space arrangement to tie it to the arena cycles? So that Stanford can't do anything on their own, but the town, if we decided, wouldn't have precluded it. Is that something we could do?
I'll have to look into the details, but I believe it's something you can do because the condition of approval has some flexibility written into it. It doesn't say it has to be a conservation easement in perpetuity. We may want to, and Terrence, I'll defer to you, whether we would actually want to maybe rephrase that particular condition to acknowledge if this is the direction of the commission, to acknowledge that, the easement applies so long as it doesn't interfere with the town's ability to meet its housing obligations under state law or something along those lines.
Yeah, I would, I know we haven't figured it out, but I think not tying the town's hands would be a good thing. this is probably more, it's a historical question, which may not be fair to either one of you. But I was curious. So it really goes back to 1990 when we first put in our general plan, the idea that we were expecting to do a a clustered development on this piece of property. I saw that referenced a couple of times in the documents. Nobody's sure. Okay.
I've heard John Silver talk about it from that timeframe.
You know the answer?
I think I have the historical
Okay.
knowledge. Well, I was not here in 1990, but I do have copies of that document. So it actually goes to the section that I referenced earlier about affiliated housing sites.
Right, yeah, right.
So under the affiliated housing site, there was there was the potential for a 86 unit rental project on that property. That was identified in the 1990
Okay.
housing plan, and that language was carried through until the most current.
Okay. 34 years is a long time. Thank you. The other one's the MMRP, the mitigation document. Is what we have in there the document, or do we still have more work to do on that?
That's the final document. You can, recommend changes. We can change mitigation as long as it is as effective or more effective.
Okay, okay. I was just doing it from the perspective, I read some of it as saying we still had to do this. And I was trying to make sure that we already had all the pieces in place, given that's part of the approval. Okay. Yep. On Exhibit B, where we go through the conditions associated with approving this, there's a number of them kind of in the planning department area. They all seem pretty standard to me, like I've seen those before, it's all over the. Is there anything in those conditions though that isn't standard? Like in something, we had a lot of discussion about geology and that. Is what's in there on the town geologists pretty much standard? Again, is there anything weird in there that's not standard? This is Exhibit B, that's the conditions associated with our approval or whatever. Proposal to approve, whatever. Yeah.
The only thing that comes to mind is in fact, the geology where the trenching that would have, if it were done, would have been done through the existing structures. So there's a condition that there's further trenching and prior to the final map. So it's not an unusual condition. It's not like the first time it's been done anywhere, but it is not your stock condition.
If I may, through the chair.
Absolutely.
Also I wouldn't categorize it as unusual, but is specific to this project and not its template condition would be item number 6. These are just some finite details specific to the development project to be addressed at the building permit submittal.
So I'm just trying to figure out what item 6 was.
There's some revisions to the plans that are categorized as minor plan detail enhancements
Okay.
or changes.
I think this starts on page 159 of the packet.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Especially the landscaping thing that got put in associated with ASCC. Okay. From a Stanford perspective, have you looked over, I assume you have, you've looked over all these conditions. Was there anything particular you wanted to comment on those?
No, for the record, staff and Stanford have reviewed those, and Stanford has agreed to all the conditions. So,
Okay, thank you.
Unless you want me to argue about something.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
They argued enough.
They argued enough on it. The parking thing that keeps coming up. So, I'm verifying that I'm reading this correctly, which is per state law, 65 is the maximum we could require of them, that that's allowed, and that Stanford has actually put in something like 90, but that it actually would be illegal for us to require anything more than 65? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you're reading it correctly.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm just trying to reconcile that with my question about, can we require the driveways to be wider to accommodate any parking spot non-tandem? How do I reconcile that with the answer to that?
Yeah, I didn't recall your question before being require. So no, you couldn't require it. However, you could, you could suggest it, or you could make it a condition of approval if Stanford agreed to it. But you could not require it against over their objection,
On what criteria?
because state law gives a maximum limit that we can require, and they've exceeded it already.
Can I add one thing that might be helpful in distinguishing between parking and the driveway width is that the density bonus law does have specific provisions around parking. So it's very clear about what we can require there. But that's distinguished from other conditions that the town might like and might want to add. There, we are limited by the rule that we cannot reduce the density of the projects. That's where that reducing the density comes in. Did I get that right in terms of those
Yes.
distinguishing features?
Yes.
That may not have been helpful, but
Yeah, I think if it were being used from an intent to try to force more parking, that would be contrary to state law. For other reasons, I think that would be, presumably it's not mentioned. One last question. On the vegetation management plan, I saw within there that, yes, the fire department has been involved with helping craft that. Are they involved with the ongoing sort of enforcement, regular checking, things like that? How does that work?
Yes, through the chair, I can go back and I'm sure Stanford knows this better off the top of their head, but there is annual reporting that's integrated as a requirement within the VMP or Vegetation Management Plan. And such coordination does involve the Woodside Fire Protection District.
Thank you.
I'll also add that they do inspections of all residential properties in Portola Valley. So I don't know the schedule that they do, but they inspect all for fire safety.
If I may add to
Sure.
that. So the vegetation management plan that was prepared and submitted as part of this was actually part of the fire marshal's original comments on our pre-application submittal to the town. So that includes fire modeling and the prescriptive methods for the site. Stanford also prepared one for all of our Stanford lands. We used the same consultant, and that consultant is the same one that prepared the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District's vegetation management plan, who also have plans. So we have a very good, strong working relationship with Woodside Fire Protection District, not just for this property, but all of the lands that are in their jurisdiction. So it's not even just an annual thing. It's a variety of ongoing discussions that we're not waiting annually to have these talks.
Thank you. I thought of one that raised one last question. So this is my last one. There's been all this, lot of justified concern about wildfire and that in the town. Some of it I've found confusing in that there seems to have been implications that we have not always taken the advice of Woodside Fire. I'm trying to verify that from our perspective of the town, every step of the way, Woodside Fire has signed off on what we're doing, provided their requirements to Stanford. Stanford has agreed to those such that there is no question about, yes, we are utilizing whatever information they've given us. Is that true?
The answer is yes. There's never, there never has been in this whole process, any discussion of going against the regulations, the suggestions of the Woodside Fire District.
Thank you. That was
I
the
don't
end
anticipate one either on any other project.
Thank you. That was the end of my questions.
Okay, that concludes the questions and somewhat comments by the commissioners. And this is the point where we obtain public comment on this topic. It is a tradition around here to limit public comment to 3 minutes. Because of this bizarre streamlining act and the limited number of meetings we can have, I'll be liberal with that. I will not allow more than 4 minutes, but if you're making a comment and you need to wrap up, and the more specific your comment is, the more liberal I'll be about letting you finish your sentences. It's getting late and it's already past my bedtime. So with that, public comment, please, on what you've heard so far.
Madam Chair, can I, one clarifying question? Would you
Yeah.
like me to time the 4 minutes and give the speakers a 30-second?
That's perfect.
Warning.
Well, why don't you give them a 3-minute notice and.
Okay, give them a 1 minute. Okay. And secondly, I want to draw attention to the commission and to the public that we received some late comments and you've been distributed, and there are some comments there's some copies in the back, including in addition in your comment packet. There's 2 that were returned, came in after 5 p.m. We didn't put them in the list, but they're there as well. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as you're taking public comment, to be aware of that. And now I'll shut up.
So we should incorporate these specific comments that we received. We may have to take a break and read them, but okay. That sounds good. So these are hereby incorporated. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, yes, but I just wanted to make you aware and the public aware that their comments have been received and that you've got them.
Okay, terrific. How do you like to proceed? You want the people in the room first?
That's the tradition.
If you come up to the microphone, don't wait to be called on. You can stand there and carry on as you see fit. Please be sure to announce your name because somebody has to take minutes from this meeting.
I'm Judith Murphy. I'm here representing the Conservation Committee and Vice Chair of Conservation. I'm going to focus on just one thing that goes back to some of the things you were asking. And I had sent a note with several things in it that you've seen. I don't want to duplicate it. I specifically want to focus on requiring the setback from Alpine should be for all structures and uses, not just buildings. The way the ordinance is written, it requires only the buildings be set back. And you can tell from Willows Commons that in fact parking is allowed all the way up. Their parking goes all the way up to the property line. In this particular case, because there you are on the scenic corridor at the entrance to town, I think it's really critical that you not let other crap fill in that space, parking, cars, virtually anything. So that even though I've been somebody who was really pushing moving this south, as you know, as everybody in the room knows, I think it would not be an acceptable trade to move it anywhere east to get that. That it just, the cost of the community is too high in terms of the scenic corridor. So you can see that even though they've given us more parking than they were required to do, parking still might be an issue here. And then a couple of years down the line, after 3 or 4 years of big games and Thanksgivings, and there's no place to park, that it would be very simple for people to start informally parking in that setback, as they used to informally park at Springdown until we put a fence, when there was, events. So I'd really like to see it codified, that's the wrong word, but made a condition of approval that no other use, including parking, shall ever be in that scenic corridor setback. That's it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nan. Yes, we did. Yes, we do. No, I didn't see pictures.
I did.
Uh, Oh, yeah.
Yeah, please.
We have them.
We have it.
That's fine.
We have it. I was just slow to turn.
It did.
No, they have it.
We have it.
We have it. Yeah, okay. Introduce yourself when you get to the microphone, please.
Yeah, this really has to do with the question about mitigation measures. My comment on the DEIR wasn't really answered by the response on the final EIR, which says that there is no evidence of terrace deposit. So the pictures you have show folded sediments, which is a type of displacement of the deposits on the building site. Okay. The closer they are to the surface, the more potentially dangerous they are. You don't want, they could be just caused by natural depositional processes, in which case they're okay. But if they are actually folded after they've been deposited relatively flat, if they're scrunched by tectonic compression, it means that's the way these soft sediments react in an earthquake, and you don't want to put a house on something that becomes permanently folded. Is that clear?
Are you referring to the figure 1?
Okay, so the pictures on pages 2, 3, and 4.
The photographs as opposed to the schematic. Is that right?
Okay, there's a trench photograph,
Got
a
it.
trench sketch, and that shows between feet 45 and 65 in the trench. There's a slight waviness in the top of the ground, and there's a parallel line under it that waves. So that's the top of the older sediments. All the young sediments are wavy, okay? And that could be deformation from an earthquake. It could be natural. Also on the next page, you see the single photograph, the one photograph from the report, it's your technical report. And the green ribbon across the top shows the dividing line between young sediments and the older ones. And on the third figure, I have marked in white where it's very clear from their photograph, if you put it on a good monitor, that the sediments are folded. They look like sine waves. Okay. It's possible it's natural, but it's also possible that it's tectonic. So my suggestion is that, well, you have mitigation measure GO2A, which has a sort of laundry list of soil investigation, looking for faults, looking for soil, looking for anything you wouldn't want to put a house on, just to be sure that everything is safe to build on. My suggestion is that you add another small measure as part of the investigation they're going to be doing anyway. And that is to look for the folding or warping of sediments and determine whether the cause is natural, depositional, or tectonic, and report whether it is. If it is tectonic, then report that, because that would be very important to know. Could be either way.
And if we do that added investigation, what is the consequence of those various outcomes?
Well, anytime you're doing an investigation, a geological or geotechnical investigation, you don't really know exactly what you're going to find. So it could be that they would have to, you wouldn't want to put a house or a retaining wall on soil that wasn't suitable. And this could be, one could.
So
one
your
could-
request is to do an investigation and then act appropriately on the consequences of the investigation?
Yeah, but I would just add this to the list in mitigation measure GO2A, and they will know what to do with it.
Understood.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
On another completely.
Before you
different-
go on
Yeah.
from that. Would that be something you would have expected the geological team to look at regardless, or or are you proposing something that's a significant add-on to what they're already planning to do?
It's not a significant add-on, and it's something I would hope they would look at. My concern is that in the 2021 geotechnical report, it's there, and they didn't comment on it at all. There was no comment, none. So I just don't want it to be overlooked. If it's a problem, it needs to be dealt with. If it's not a problem, fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you had another, sorry, go ahead.
You had another point. We interrupted you,
Yeah,
but your
really-
time has expired, so be as quick as you
Okay.
can, please.
30 seconds. Last week, I went to the county's meeting on the Alpine Road corridor improvement, which they're planning to put either stoplight or roundabout, 2 places in La Mesa and 2 places at the I-280 interchange. Dale Fow and they were looking from the point of view of the difficulty Ladera people have turning left onto Alpine Road and the convenience of bicyclists and pedestrians, trying to improve things. Dale Fow and I spoke up for the importance of not impeding evacuation. So that brings us to the question of evacuation on Alpine Road. And I think you're absolutely right to consider the width of the road and possible improvements. For instance, a 3rd lane, even if it's not an official 3rd lane, but space for a 3rd lane for evacuation. If there's an evacuation for wildfire after an earthquake, Portola Road is very likely not going to be usable at all because if it's the San Andreas that ruptures, because the San Andreas intersects Portola Road in 2 places, right here and then farther north in Woodside. Alpine Road will be the only means of evacuation for everyone. So I would urge you to think about that for this project and all projects along Alpine Road.
Thank you. Rebecca, please introduce yourself.
Rebecca Flynn, I'm representing the ASCC. The ASCC fully approved of Stanford's desire to create very needed entry-level faculty housing on its property at the Stanford Wedge. However, we feel that our required conditions will improve the living experience of the new residents, provide more breathing room to the subdivision, rendering it less like a suburban neighborhood and more in fitting with Portola Valley, improve the fire safety, and likely reduce costs to Stanford to develop the project. Creating more cut in the back and less fill in the front will also reduce the amount of trucks coming into Portola Valley to build the fire road and make the housing units more structurally sound. So we continue to advocate to have the entire residential project move 25 feet to the south, not 100 feet as examined in the EIR. The move would provide more room along the northern edge with the West Ridge properties. This would save more trees along the northern edge, provide more room for screening, and potentially allow room for the extension of the Canyon Trail. I want to briefly touch on some of the other issues that were brought up with our conditions. It's imperative that the project be considered as a whole with both the critical fire road and the housing development as one development. Each element cannot exist without the other. The idea that the town should ignore the 4,051 cubic yards of imported fill necessary to create the fire road, while Stanford congratulates itself on creating a balanced cut and fill on the housing site by adding massive amounts of fill, in some cases nearly 7 feet in total height in front of the complex, necessitating double retaining walls along Alpine Scenic Corridor and creating an unsafe substrate for the affordable housing buildings is really unreasonable. It's also disingenuous on their part to suggest that 7 feet worth of retaining walls is a problem if required in the back, but somehow it's not a problem in the front. So I just want you to be aware of what exactly is happening because it's totally unclear in the plans because there were no cuts or no elevations provided for along the scenic road. As you know, as you drive along Alpine Road, along the property, there's actually a pretty large height difference from the project to the road, and it kind of goes around and comes down where the northern entrance would be. So Stanford is planning to add along part of that thing, something along the lines of 6 to 7 feet of fill. And then it's going to have a double retaining wall, 3.5 feet, and then another 3.5 feet. And this is what we're going to be seeing from Alpine Road. So you're already looking up, and now you're going to be looking up even more. And on top of that fill is going to be the BMR units, which are some of the biggest units in the entire complex.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. So I just want you also to be aware that fill, even though Portola Valley in general doesn't like cut and fill, but fill is particularly problematic because it's very expensive to make it compacted enough to actually build upon. And based on what I'm able to read in the geotechnical reports, they're suggesting they're going to be able to build with spread footings. And I can tell you that there's no structural engineer that's going to allow a spread footing on top of, anywhere from 4 to 6 feet of fill on top of, 7 feet of alluvium, unstable soil until you hit bedrock. So they're going to be required to put piers under those buildings, which are at significant expense. So again, it would be much better off to push the building back, cut some more in the back so that you would not need the fill in the front. And as for trees, again, I mentioned as you move the complex, yes, it will take out more of the trees to the south, but looking at that density of trees to the south of the complex, chances are extremely high that Woodside Fire is going to require them to thin those trees out anyway to create that 200-foot buffer. So I think you want to reconsider that. And again, my suggestion for the BMR units was again to move them away from each other and preferably actually to put them in the back.
Are you going beyond your service on the ASCC, or would all of the points that you make be addressed if we endorse the findings of the ASCC? I'm a little confused here at the last part of what you're saying.
One of the comments I made during the ASCC meeting is that I felt that the BMR units should not be all clustered in one section.
Not your comments, but the findings in our record from the ASCC. Would all of the comments you're making now be addressed if we adopt the findings that the ASCC made? Or are you going beyond that? And I can't distinguish if you're going beyond it.
I've gone beyond that for the BMR units to request that they be
Okay,
separated. The rest of it, moving it by 25 feet is part of what the entire committee.
understood. Understood. Thank you.
And then my last thing was about the public access for the fire road. My understanding now is that Stanford's planning to build that with a greater than 15% grade. So even though we thought it would be available to people with disabilities, clearly that's not feasible, but we still feel that that road should be made available for public. There's no necessity for parking for that, as most trails in Portola Valley do not offer parking and do not actually offer access for
Okay, thank you.
for
Thank you.
things.
More comment? Seeing none. You have some hands out there in Zoom land.
Rita?
Yes, Rita Comus Whitney, Westridge. I'm concerned that the suggestions that the town have made on this project have been seemingly outright refused. I've been in this town only since 2009, not very long if you ask some people. When I built my home, I had to make changes in my project. Just like many projects in our town, property owners have grumbled, but mostly worked with the town and their neighbors to make projects safer and to be more neighborly. Portola Valley has a few issues with infrastructures. There was mention about tapping into the Westridge water lines and how that was going to make the water lines better. I'm not sure about that particular comment. And how undergrounding of the utilities was going to add something. Yes, it will add to lessen the fire danger on that particular property, but I think that that is a necessity of that particular build. And without public transportation and public parking lots in our town, where would the ride share or commuters park the extra cars on that property? And just to mention about the movement of the project, as the ASCC had said, by 25 feet, I'm concerned that the focus on the 170 plus trees, if that project was moved over, how many trees are actually going to be saved? You know, you mentioned that there were extra trees that were going to be taken down, but if it's moved over, it wouldn't be those original 170 trees. And when I drive by there every single day, there seems to be a lot less trees on that property than what was there in 2019. Lastly, we look forward to welcoming new people into our town. I recognize that the project and the property belongs to Stanford, but let's work together to make this project safe for the new neighbors and for the rest of the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Cardinal?
Thanks. I mostly want to talk about zoning and transportation in particular. First, I'm not a big fan of anecdotal evidence, but since that's been cited a few times tonight, I'll give some of it. For starters, it's not 15 miles from that development to Stanford. It's 4 miles, which is kind of tiny. And there's a bike route that is completely off the road from start to finish, except you do have to pass the exit lane to 280 South and the exit lane from 280 to Alpine Road. Other than that, it's great. Craig Hughes takes his e-bike there every day. So that's a thought. I've commuted to Stanford for 5 years. So I have some experience with the traffic flow. November actually is one of the peak months because, as Linda pointed out, it gets dark early. People don't want to take bicycles. It might rain. All the students, the fall quarter is the biggest quarter we have. So it's the worst in a way, the most traffic going to Stanford. So I think that's not the worst place to do something. I also think people coming off 280 aren't an issue. There's no stop sign there. That's not a problem. The issue is when you're coming out of Stanford and trying to get onto Alpine Road, or you're coming down from Portola Valley. That's where the stop sign is an issue. So I think those are more important. Bigger picture, we have 1,500 trips between the 2 hours in the morning and 1,500 trips between the 2 hours in the evening coming out of and into, we're balanced, Portola Valley. So a few more trips, like let's say it's, I don't know, 75 trips maybe. That's 5% at most of it. 20 trips, it's like 2%. It just is not meaningful in terms of the overall effect. So it's not going to make Alpine Road any better or worse. I do think getting on and off Alpine Road, left turn lanes are all important, but that's a thing. as far as the zoning issue that Ronnie has raised, I do think that Stanford would be perfectly happy if we said that they could use more of the land along Alpine Road, potentially as housing. I think they'd love that, and which they've just been, I mean, in 6 years, they haven't gotten what they want so far, so they're not going to ask for more. But if we want to dedicate more land to that possibility, I think they would love it. Full disclosure, I do teach and research at Stanford. They don't pay me anything. I don't care. I didn't go there.
Your time has expired, sir.
Great, thank you.
Dale?
Yes,
Who are you
thank
calling
you
on?
for taking
Okay.
my comments. This is Dale Fowl. I live up Alpine Road, and I'm speaking somewhat from the evacuation subcommittee of the Emergency Preparedness Committee tonight. But I want to make first a couple of general comments. Number one, in all of the studies that happen whenever people analyze traffic, or now that we analyze evacuation, it gets at me that we take each individual project and then just tie it on to a 2017 or 2019 traffic study without looking at the total impact of all the housing that's going to come up from the housing element. We attempted to do that. It was in the packet that I submitted. Hopefully you got it tonight. What happens to our evacuation times when we add in all the additional traffic and housing. And one more before I get to my main point, and Nan mentioned it, she and I were both at a meeting that the county and Caltrans put on about trying to work on some traffic issues up at 280 in Ladera. The people in Ladera were quite adamant, saying that the traffic situation at those two intersections in Ladera has never been worse. And they say they take their life into their own hands every day when they try and turn left from those two exits in Ladera onto Alpine Road. And so I do have a concern that turning left onto Alpine Road from here at Portola Terrace will just be as bad. And then that gets to my comment on evacuation. I did also in the packet, my submission, it's very clear we have an evacuation problem in Portola Valley. And one of the few things that we can do to mitigate that is to try and get 2 exit lanes, which mean a total of 3 lanes out of Portola Valley, the full length of Alpine Road. And of course, there are issues there with right of way, and some places it's just too narrow and could be expensive. But that is about the only real mitigation we have. And so tonight, I'm really asking this group to think seriously about, and I think Stanford has said they're going to give us the right of way. Maybe we ought to ask them to actually build an additional lane, giving us that middle turn lane, which I think would make it safer for turning left onto Alpine Road out of Portola Terrace. But please do read my comments that I submitted tonight on evacuation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. I think we all got your comments. I did. Terrence, next.
Ed Holland?
Good evening. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, you can. Okay, thank you. I'm Ed Holland. I'm a resident of Portola Valley for 18 years. I have chaired bicycle, pedestrian and traffic safety for approximately 10 years now, and recently was appointed Assistant Sheriff's Commissioner. I know, thank you to the commissioners. You may have noted some of the comments I had already submitted to you late last week regarding traffic safety and Alpine Road, and thank you for debating some of those questions that I was going to raise already. I think you did a fine job on that. I made comments on this same subject at the October 17th subdivision committee meeting, and then also submitted my comments again at the recent ASCC meeting. I'll go briefly as I can over these points one more time. In particular, relating to comments already made, I had asked in terms of this application, what assessment had been made relating to the safety of the addition of 2 new intersections on Alpine Road, noting that it was one of our 2 main arterial routes and the only road in town with a speed limit of 40 miles an hour. Stanford did respond that they had looked at sight lines and intersection locations, but I do regard that as a very minimum mitigation. I noted that the traffic data did not give particular consideration to peak traffic volumes and its interaction with traffic on Alpine Road. So 6:45 to 10 o'clock AM window and say a 15 to 1800 hours evening window. Going on to some additional recommendations and suggestions, I think this has already been touched on by Dale in his comments and some of my later points. For one, accommodations for trail and bicycle roadway users are cursory and do not contain specific design elements beyond the proposed signage to warn for trail users. I've requested that the design study be made of comparable existing development site accesses where possible to look at where different or better mitigations could be made. The traffic study data and safety assessment should be specific in including bicycle traffic volumes and patterns, which we know have very different patterns to regular daytime traffic. And that's already been mentioned in part of the discussion. But we know weekend traffic and other things, those interactions with traffic on a fast load and adding extra turning traffic is going to be very significant for bicycle safety. Further to that, it's requested that the proposed intersections with Alpine be evaluated against expected practices such as the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, as they would be appropriate to adding new intersections on a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit road. I've already mentioned that the road has a current level.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I will wrap up quickly. I already mentioned that the level of service rating is D and can expect to degrade from there as further developments happen in town. There are currently an absence of any proposed design changes to Alpine Road. I would like to see that considered as part of the approval of the application. And a suggestion to restrict turns into and out of the 2 driveways to formalize the traffic patterns into what might be safest. So limiting left turns into and out of certain of the driveways to improve traffic flow and make the traffic flow patterns safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed.
Phone number ending 7562. You can speak.
Good evening, Caroline Vertongen. I'm also a longtime resident and also a member of PPTS. I'm very disappointed that this package did not include the letter from our chair and other suggestions by other residents and committee members like Non Shostak, Rebecca Flynn, comments by Rita, and Dale File. This is an incomplete report again. How many times do we have to report that to you guys? This is not fair. We have worked with this. We're willing to work with Stanford, but Stanford is not willing to work with our community. So I urge this committee, you have power. You can put the conditions. I really would appreciate the questions raised by member Broder. Broder. You know, there's inconsistency and there's no reports on the traffic and parking. It's not feasible. It's incorrect. So you can make a recommendation and a condition that further analysis has to be provided. Otherwise, you deny the project. They have to accommodate traffic safety. They have to accommodate, you know, a right or left turn lane. Right now, it's unsafe to make a left turn lane on either exit. There should be only one road in and one road exit. If you want to change that, it's Stanford who has to pay for it. Portola Valley does not have the finances for it. And we have many other projects. We have encouraged the planning department over many years to encourage future projects like the Neely project, like the Willow Commons, like
Please,
the Hawthorns.
please keep your comments directly on the matter that we have before us today. We have too much else on our plate, Caroline.
It's the same thing. You know, you have the power to put the conditions. You have not received the reports. The reports that Stanford provided you are outdated and not correct. So please listen to your constituents and to your committee members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Fred Leach.
Hello, I was one of the late additions to feedback. My name is Fred Leach. I'm the chair of the Trails and Paths Committee. I'll focus first on the first part of my feedback, and if I get to others, then great. But if not, I'll encourage you to read the full submission. So I want to focus on moving the subdivision south 25 feet and continuing the Alpine Canyon Trail down to Alpine Trail as shown on a map that we provided. I think everyone at this point knows the section I'm talking about. I'd also like to recommend that a new public trail easement be created for this segment and deeded to the town. And I want to respond to the applicant's response to our suggestion here. I'll note that the applicant has argued that section 3203 of the Trails and Paths element justifies departure from the elements on the trail map. But I will note that the penultimate sentence of the section that the applicant cites actually states that, and I'll quote, "Some trail and path routes are indicated as being on or adjacent to public streets or easements," or emphasis here, "following property lines, and such locations are intended to be controlling." And I will note that that supersedes the sentence that the applicant then cites later on. Further, the applicant also cites section 3209.2, suggesting that trails along the northern property line would create undue interference with use and enjoyment of private property. This is precisely the reason why we're suggesting the development should be moved south. In addition, we note that several homes in town, has already been noted here tonight, are backed by trails, and suggesting that this hypothetical harm is not actually borne out in reality in our town. I'll note that Hillbrook Trail is actually one of the most analogous ones and has existed for decades to the backyards of at least 16 homes over the course of 0.41 miles of trail. Next, I want to note that section 3209.1 is likely intended to have more prominence than 3209.2, and note that it outlines a couple of objectives that this trail accomplishes. First, it furnishes easy access to trails from individual properties, and it also permits safe, pleasant travel between parts of the community, noting that folks who are coming into town on Alpine Trail can actually come into the development rather than having to cross over the driveways. This would definitely improve safety. Finally, I'll note that despite the applicant's suggestion to the contrary, the section of trail being proposed is not in fact a new section and has actually existed since the founding of the town. And while its use has curtailed following the trail no longer being part of the Woodside Trails Club network, the trail exists. And then one final point is that we have actually made these requests at least since 2019 to the applicant. And so any suggestion that somehow the development already exists and means that we can't have this trail really should be looked at with skepticism. Thank you very much for taking my comment and for taking the time to deliberate tonight. I really appreciate all the time that you all are putting into it.
Thank you, Fred.
Aaron Askey.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I think there have been fabulous comments that you've heard tonight from members of committees and commissions. And I would say that I agree with all of the comments being made. With respect to the ASCC recommendations, I highly recommend that you respect and adopt their recommendations. These members of the ASCC have tremendous knowledge. They've made valuable contributions to our town. They know PV. Just think back to a few months ago and all the work they did on the zoning for the housing element. Without them, we wouldn't have what we have today, which is fabulous. I am very concerned about the amount of parking, and I know that it meets the state minimum, but one party from a resident, there's just not enough there. I like Ronnie's idea of widening the driveways. And I would like to ask if there's a way that we can ask Stanford to show us an overflow parking plan, because we know that folks have to drive. Even if they ride their bike to work, they're still going to have to drive their car for errands. And there's going to be at least 2 drivers per household, and then there'll be teen drivers and nannies and such. So we're running out of parking in Portola Valley, and I think it's important that Stanford have a plan on site where extra cars would go, and also how do we hold them accountable to that? And also I'm wondering if they could increase the width of the streets, and there could be on-street parking there. Let's see. The other questions, these are just minor questions. I'm wondering if the playground space is going to be open and inviting to every Portola Valley resident, or hopefully not inclusive to others. And then I believe this is happening, but I want to make sure that that BMR housing is not occupied solely by more Stanford folks, and that it is open to everybody in the community and surrounding communities. Thank you.
Christy C.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Lots of good comments tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Christy. Thank you. But keep your voice level up, please, because it's just a bit faint.
Okay. I'm noticing on the EIR factors potentially affected by the project, you had a potential of marking 22 boxes, yet Laura Russell only marked 7 boxes. So some of the boxes not checked are biological resources, aesthetics, agricultural and forestry resources, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, mineral resources, parks and recreation. And I just heard a comment of, can our community use your park? Ladera opens their park to the community. I used to take my kids there, and it was a nice option. So that would be a compromise. But population, housing, public services, transportation wasn't checked, utilities and service system, wildfire, and mandatory findings of significance. So I'm just wondering why the EIR only had 7 boxes checked, and I'm especially concerned with the biological resources and the transportation not being checked. So I'd love to hear an answer on that. And also the VMT, vehicle miles traveled by each unit, is important to us. Looks like you came up with 86 trips, but if you were above 100 trips, you would have to, it would trigger a form to be filled out by, filled out for the San Mateo County. And that's important to us because then it monitors, I don't know what else it triggers, but it's important that if it is over 100 trips, that we get over 100 trips and we start monitoring it as San Mateo County would like. Also, I am for moving the development 25 feet south. I like the idea of an overflow parking plan and widening the streets and a needed extra lane for evacuation. But I do think we need some more work done on traffic and the demand for another study on traffic. And I do believe you can ask for that as part of the conditions. I'm concerned that the 3 seasonal streams at the top of this property are not really on the maps, yet it brings wildlife in and reptiles. So did a reptile study be done on this property?
1 minute remaining.
Okay. Bike studies. Hawthorne's just did a Strava study to study the bikes. And we had a CCAG traffic study done recently, which showed a number of accidents. And they were quite surprised because this is only, a 9-mile by 9-mile city. So it's not that hard to get these statistics on our city because we do have flock cameras that have been in for a couple years now, and you can get immediate studies if you need them on Alpine Road. So as you can hear, we're extremely concerned with Alpine Road, and we think you can do a better job on that. Let's see, I think that's the majority of my.
Thank you, Christy. Do you have a last comment or are you done?
Bob Ruckey?
Hi, thank you for letting me, I know it's late. I have a couple of questions and a very brief comment. My first question is, I had sent something to the committee today. I would like to know if you received it. I've also sent a report about the one LiDAR image in the EIR several weeks ago to the committee members. I hope they received that as well. Is that true?
Yes.
That's wonderful. I'll spare you from reading the whole thing except for the very beginning. I just want to emphasize the need to resolve the existence of geologic hazards on the site. If this project is going to go forward with a conditional use permit, then reaching the geologic hazards must be part of that condition. And I have a couple of questions. If there is going to be a conditional use plan, how will those conditions be met? Who decides when those conditions have been taken care of? And will the public be part of that process, or is that just something that the town staff decides? And last, I have submitted a report that was not included in the EIR. People, I see that John Wallace is in the audience. Maybe he'll have a comment on it. But there's really been no opportunity for me, if there is a comment, to provide a counter comments, and I think that's a bit unfair. But I really encourage you to, the heart of our issue is LiDAR. There was one LiDAR image in the EIR, and it was misleading in the sense that it gives the impression that there's nothing to see on the property, but that's just not true. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Madam Chair, there's no other hands raised.
Okay. Any last comments? Going once, going twice. Okay. Public comments closed. It's now the part of our agenda where the commissioners decide what they're going to do. I've been listening, trying to think of a coherent way to get through this. I guess one thing that comes to my mind is if we want to consider organizing this by the recommendations that we have from our various committees as a way of organizing it, and including the ASCC, and then additional topics that I think my concern with traffic, which relates to the evacuation study doesn't do any analysis of traffic, so that's another topic. Parking and what is and is not allowed in the right of way. Now, I was trying to keep track, but that seems to me to cover just about everything we've heard. But I'm open to as to how we want to proceed.
think it might be useful to, as we go through our maybe initial comments, each of us basically collect the list of what conditions of approval each of us might want to add or modify. And then I would include in there the ones from the ASCC. And then maybe we could go through and for each proposed condition of approval, how each of us feel about it, if it's like strongly required, weakly required, weakly against, or strongly against, something like that.
Sort of a ABC kind of rating.
Yeah. And then I don't know if we get far enough to have a consensus among us and then go forward with that, or if
Hopefully.
we develop that as kind of a document or something that we send to the town.
John,
I actually have a slightly different way I would approach it. I am cognizant of the fact that it's kind of like we basically get to get our input now.
say that again.
We
please.
get to give our input now and then
Right.
it moves on to the town council.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out the best way to give that input. I think that input includes putting forth a recommendation of stuff we do approve of, that's something that they could act upon. I would have, in the way I frankly would have approached it, is I would take the resolution as prepared for us by our town staff. And with that, and I would approve that. With that, I would indicate to the town council that there are a number of areas that could be further addressed. But we are not demanding those as being conditions of approval. Is kind of where I'm going, so that we've got something in place that they can act upon. There are a few areas where there seemed to be some interest in potentially asking Stanford to look at something like widening the driveways or something like that. But I wouldn't make things like that a condition of approval.
That sounds similar to what I was
Where you're going?
suggesting, but, and so that thing is like the list of, you described them as issues. I mean, I think the bottom line is either they're going to be conditions of approval that the town council applies, or, I mean, I don't know what the other
Yes.
avenue is. So we could call them issues, but I mean, I think those are potential things that the town council could apply as conditions of approval, and then we have the list of them and we have a read from each of us
On how we feel about them. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
trying to put the front end first being, yes, we're actually sending in something that we approve. And then the follow on is how we feel about these other potential things that the town council might change from a conditions of approval.
I think I prefer if we each go through, I think this is what Ronnie was saying, pick our issues. I had problems with the staff resolution because I think it had omitted certain things that have come up in the discussion that I think are important. So if I push that forward, I kind of missed that chance. So I think a kind of a synthesis will result if we go this way.
But are you proposing that we send something up that we do approve of?
I think it's important, if we are so inclined, to endorse what's come to us from committees, if we're so inclined. I think it's important that if we have additional topics, concerns, that we send them forward. I don't know how formal we have to be about that. I think we can make it our own. And I'm less inclined to to get into the details of what the staff has put together, because there's a lot of details there that are not particularly controversial or relevant to our discussions.
I wouldn't want to do it.
Why don't we get going?
But I guess I would want to, like, the ACC has, I think, recommended, I think it's something like 6 conditions of approval, and I would want to weigh in.
On each of them?
Yeah, but I don't want to go over every individual committee's laundry list of things they came up with along the way.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. You want to start, Ronnie? And,
Sure.
we'll kind of fake it.
Okay. Okay.
Terrence informs me that not only is he taking notes, but apparently have additional staff out there and consultants who will keep track of this. So, I'm sure I'll need help as the hour advances.
Okay, so for parking, I think that, well, I guess just at the outset, I think overall, this development plan is generally good, appropriate for the site, will provide good housing for new neighbors, and, I'm generally very supportive of it overall. Parking. So the main thing I think the application sort of meets the legal requirement of minimum number of spaces. However, I think from a functional standpoint, it's not going to work well for the future residents of the site. And, I hope that Stanford will try to just make it work better for the future residents. And so in particular, I think that tandem parking is difficult for people to deal with. So if you have one car parked behind another car and, you have two people going different places in the morning, or, the car in front, the car in back now needs to move aside. It's just really challenging, I think, for, a family or a couple in one of these units to deal with. And I think that as a result, the residents will, as much as they can, not use the tandem parking. Instead, they'll use the quote unquote extra sites distributed around the lot. And so then there won't be any extra spots available for guests and visitors and people coming in. I'm sure there could be regulations for the HOA that prohibit that, but then it's just gonna, be at the detriment of the residents. So I have thought about, different options. I think there are places where we could provide, a few more spots. But I do think the best solution here is to enable a wider driveway with an additional spot that's non-tandem, not blocking the garage. I think it's doable for almost every site on the lot. And so, yeah, I would want to add that either as a requirement or whatever we are able to.
We'll get to that later.
to do. Yeah, we can get to that later.
So Ronnie, I have a question with you on parking. I agree with all of your comments, but I think Stanford did add into the end of their presentation some of the transit options they have, including this van program where they will pay for vans. And I guess I wonder if we can think a little bit outside of the box and try to figure out if there's anything we can do to greater incentivize the use of things like vans and so forth that might both limit the amount of traffic and limit the amount of parking. That's something we didn't have discussed here today. It's something notably absent from the whole record, but to me, irresponsible if we don't think about that. I mean, and you talk about widening driveways, I'm thinking about van parking. And I don't quite know how we do this. I don't think we can make it a requirement of people when they purchase these houses, but having it be voluntary also isn't sufficient. So I offer that as a related comment. I don't know if it changes your feelings about parking at all, but that could conceivably lessen parking. I could also lessen trips, so.
I would keep that as a separate thing. I think it doesn't change my feelings.
Okay.
I'm skeptical that people will use anything like that. I mean, if you want to sort of, like you said, add something to encourage that as a separate thing, that
Okay.
sounds good, but
Okay, go ahead.
I do think this development would be much better for the residents if they could have non-tandem parking at their homes. Additionally, I think that I think that we could add a few more additional guest parking spots, and I would suggest that we could, especially in the northern corner of the site where there are currently 4 spots, there's room for perhaps another 4, which would be enabled if an additional tree was removed, tree 5547. And so I would suggest that the applicant could explore adding additional spots, including by removing trees if necessary. Yes. Okay, next topic on the undeveloped area.
Shall we get John on this parking topic and then we can sort of go down your list and make progress on each one, or do you want to go just straight down your list? I think if John's got more to say on parking, we might almost be done. Your call. I did defer to you, but on the other hand, if there are pieces of this that we can start to knock off.
The only thing I have to say on parking is that we can't do anything illegal. And people keep coming back to this, our old historical where we got to tell people, no, you got to add more parking. And it's very clear. The state has come in and said, you don't get to do that anymore. And they've already given us 50% more than required. So I think they're willing to try to work with us. So I think Ronnie's suggestions are, could they look at this or could they look at that, are good. I don't think we can put anything in from a condition perspective to require that. I think that falls into basically illegal.
What about off-site parking with some sort of van or something like that? I think that's what Karen Askey was referring to, or maybe it was Rebecca. Again,
I think
there's
you're
no discussion
reaching,
of
I
it.
think you're reaching way too far
Okay,
on,
that's fine,
it's kind of like,
that's
would
fine.
we do this to an individual homeowner and start trying to drag them through? You got to do this, you got to do that. It's like, somehow we're looking at it as if Stanford is somehow different, primarily
Well-
because they made it a clustered development, right? If they had just set it up as individual homes, they wouldn't have to go through any of this.
Okay, fair enough. I was only asking, but it's not, but it's not
You asked for
unlike
my
the
opinion.
situation at the ranch. Okay, okay, I think that takes care of parking then. I'm willing, I agree with John, we can only ask for so much, but I'm comfortable with your observations.
Okay.
Moving on.
For the undeveloped area, I alluded to this before. I feel that we should not bind our hands for what the town is able to do 5, 10, 30 years down the line. And so I was a little bit confused about the plan and the options here, but my bottom line is I think we should maintain flexibility for the town council to make decisions about how whether or not housing is permitted on the undeveloped area. And I think that's that.
So I disagree with you on that. I think it's really important to preserve whatever open space is in here. So it becomes, I think, a question perhaps of time. I can't foresee what's going to happen here 20, 25 years, but I, you know, I look at our town map and I see how everybody's taking open space and making it into housing. And I hate to, in the immediate sense, open that door. So maybe there's a compromise at some point down the line. I understand your point, the need for housing, but there's a lot of places that'll be a lot better and easier to develop than this, certainly in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, that may well be hopefully we could find better sites if that's the case, but I just wanted it to be within the town's discretion, the town council's discretion. I understand that you disagree.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Ronnie, on that. I want to leave it such that that we don't close any doors. And I'm actually looking mostly at the next arena round as where are we gonna put it? We have had a massive amount of strife within town trying to pick sites. And sort of saying we're suddenly gonna have some new sites. I'm having difficulty shutting off one that we already, is potential, we're gonna put something in, just seems like the wrong idea to me. I don't think we're gonna have, the alternative becomes, fine, we're gonna go into the bigger residential areas and start lopping them up, and
I think,
that's not gonna go over well either.
I think a lot of the support in the town for this proposal is because it has a fair amount of open space, because it has preserved a fair amount of trees. And so I would hate to, in the immediate sense, suggest that it's a developable site in the next RENA cycle, 7 to 8 years. I guess my feeling is more like 12 to 15 years or something like that. I think in the effort to be open to more housing, we're starting to break the balance between the reasons why people have found this site acceptable. So I would balance out there. I don't know if we need to get any further on this or if there's any room to get a little further on this, but.
So I don't think, so I think that's a good thing to pass along to the town council. I don't think this becomes a condition at all of approval for the EIR, right? We are giving input on this next phase where we have to develop this easement and what we think should go into that easement.
Well, it relates to what's in that condition.
We've got to make sure it's not.
Advice on how best to.
Can we make sure we haven't done anything we don't
And
intend?
yes, it is part of the findings, so it is something that is included in the open space area. And not to say that the commission couldn't make a recommendation, and I would keep it vague in terms of that staff develop language that allows the town council to have flexibility. Something like that is something the commission could put forward. And then the town attorney and staff could work out the best language.
And if we have disagreement among ourselves, is that, could we pick that for the town council as the options, or do you want us?
We
to
could
try to hash out?
include that in the staff report, yes.
Yeah, because I feel strongly that the open space is a huge, important part of the whole project. And I don't want it to get imbalanced by offering potential future development here.
So I think there's the distinction between findings and conditions, right? So I think what we're saying here is our findings, we'd like to make sure that there's flexibility in there for the town council to make a choice as to what they would like to do. And we need to include as part of our findings. Whether the specifics of what they choose to do, was it 4 years out, 5 years out, 30 years out, would still be open for that decision to be made later. Correct?
But I
think
feel that I don't want to have them even have the option in the really near term, say 5 to 8 years.
We do have, that disagreement, but I mean, to that question, I don't think that was it. I think, if we do this, or if the town council does this, it would be in the conditions of approval. However, there was a potential issue that would, impact one of the findings.
Findings, right? So we need to make sure the findings are, from what we send forward, we have to make sure the findings are good.
I think, advise on
Parents
that.
can do that.
Yes, I would recommend that you make sure that you're able to make the finding, even if a majority of you want to create flexibility for the council with this open space easement. And Terrence, do you have anything to add to that?
Nope.
Okay.
I think we agreed.
More or less. Either that or been beaten to a pulp.
Okay.
Ronnie, your list is serving us well so
Okay.
far. Keep going.
Okay, my next item was, so on, Alpine Road and so all this stuff about the traffic study, to me, like if we did a new study and it showed that there's more cars, I don't think that's going to change very much. It's just gonna mean that this specific project has less of an impact on Alpine Road because there's already a lot of traffic. However, to me, the main thing that I feel would potentially improve things is to have a left turn lane on Alpine Road. And I mean, I don't think we're in a position to require that as a condition of approval. So I was attracted to the option mentioned by the planning director that of having an operational analysis that takes updated volumes into account and reviews whether a left turn lane is appropriate at the final map time. And that would be reviewed by staff, including the town engineer, something along those lines.
I can agree with that. I think that one of the points I was trying to make in going through the traffic analysis is that it's completely divorced from the evacuation analysis. And I think the point that Dale in particular made of how important it's going to be, well, and Nan made the point too, that in an earthquake scenario, we're not going to have Portola Road. So Alpine Road becomes even more important. So I think Dale's point of being able to have between a combination of merger lanes and wider bicycle lanes, a little more room going down Alpine Road. So I think if it needs to be justified by an additional study, I'm happy to do that. In my opinion, when you look at the level of service that we have at those at the Ladera turns and you know, the traffic engineers don't drive up and down there every day like we do. I mean, that's the scariest. I can drive to Southern California, and the scariest part of the drive is getting past the Ladera on ramps where they have a very short merge lane and they just get exhausted and tired and they cut at angles. It happens so regularly. So not to get too far off the base, but I think that's really critical for evacuation as well as for traffic flow. And I am a very strong advocate of for the same reasons, of only one traffic entrance / exit to this project. The fire marshal is fine with the emergency gates. I live at the ranch where we have 200 houses with one road out that is blocked for 2 or 3 hours a day because of the school. And we have 2 or 3 of those emergency exits to Los Trancos and ones to Alpine Road. So I think that's in addition to a long merge lane, having one road there. One exit road. And I understand it raises issues of turnaround, but you have that large area where the water basin is and so forth. So I think no one's done it. No one's looked at it. I think I see no reason why it can't be done looking at the map.
So I actually wanted to give a little clarity on the previous condition having to do with the traffic analysis. Just, I would recommend you make it a more generic operational analysis instead of focusing on a particular improvement. There might be a turn lane, it might be an accel lane or decel lane, or it might be nothing. But I think you should make it more generic, not just focused on the one improvement.
And could it encapsulate the evacuation concerns?
I don't know how you study that, but we can, it is
Yeah.
something the analysis, well, obviously a left turn lane provides extra pavement to move people.
I mean, what about just consistency with the evacuation studies? And
Yes,
plans that we have?
Yes, you can include that, yeah.
I'm willing to make it more general, but I think that there's a minimum. I came out on Western Road the other day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It took me 5 or 6 minutes. I decided to time it to actually get on Alpine Road to head down to towards campus. I wasn't going to campus, but head in that direction. So, I mean, it's just, you've got a study that's done based on data that's not site specific. So
No, I understand. So
willing to make it a little more generic, but I think it's obvious as you go down that road and look at the level of service analysis that we do have, that the merge lanes are necessary.
When you say merge lanes, do you mean left turn lane in the middle of the
Yeah, I'm
road?
in the middle of the road lane where you come out, like when you come out of Ladera shopping, there's a little one and there's a left turn lane for people who go in and not everybody can figure it out. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
it's
So I have
fine.
some comments on this too. So first of all, I think trying to compare Portola Terrace traffic to the traffic coming out of Ladera is a real stretch. I mean, you're talking, what, I don't know, thousands of people versus, 39 households. I don't know. I think Ladera is close to the same size as us. So I
That's
want to be
true.
really
It is
careful saying,
a
we
good
got a problem there, ergo, we got a problem here. I mean, we have other streets coming out and driveways coming out into Alpine, and I haven't heard anybody saying they're causing a massive issue. I do think people are conflating multiple issues here with their concern with wildfires and evacuations and traffic. All of a sudden it comes down to this one project where we want to solve all of our issues. I don't think it's Stanford responsibility to sort out our evacuation plan. I don't think, one of the things that's very clear that came out on our whole housing element plan, not just this one little piece, was that the state considers the total numbers to be small, that are not going to be significant. Therefore, this one tiny project is not going to be significant from a traffic perspective, from a wildfire perspective, from an evacuation perspective. Those are, don't get me wrong, we should be working on those issues. Suddenly trying to solve all of that and somehow get Stanford to pay for it. I think one person even suggested they widen the entire Alpine Road. No, so it's a big issue, but I don't want to saddle this project with solving that.
I hear you, but I think it's a cumulative problem and they're a long property owner. Obviously, there's 500 houses in Ladera and it's quite a bit different, but there's no place there where we actually have any options to sort of widen the road with current ownership point of view. So, but at least their part of the road help us with that, I guess, is how I see it, John.
Well, and
But
they
I
gave
hear your
us,
point.
they gave us the
It's-
100 feet. So they've done their part. If we can get it together as a town and widen the whole thing and get other people to give us the right of way, that's our job, right? It's our job as a town when we wrote all these initial zoning conditions. This was always meant to be residential. It was meant to have at least this number of people, if not more. So to suddenly say, oh, you can't build because we're concerned, it's like, no, that's the town's job to make that work, to provide. That's why the utilities are required to provide the facility. It's not their issue. It is our issue. It's not their issue.
But it's their issue that they're bringing those vehicles in and how those vehicles come in and merge to the existing traffic is their issue, I think.
Yeah. I mean, to the extent that that's true for every individual homeowner in town, right? It's no different.
So aside from the evacuation, I guess having I don't know the terminology that we're at now, but
So
some type of study at final map time to determine if the left turn lane, et cetera,
Right,
are needed.
right.
Are you
I actually think,
expressing?
I think I could go with that as long as we're not saying, and Stanford then has to solve it. They're just providing,
No,
they're
no.
just providing information to us as a town to help us with our problem, not their problem.
I think
Well, if the
town's doing the
development
amount.
needs a left turn lane to sort of avoid impeding
Mm.
flow on Alpine.
I don't see that as Stanford's issue.
How are you saying Stanford's issue that you don't?
Because everybody's implying that they're going to pay for it and make it happen. It's like, I don't see that as, I see that as our town's issue. Yeah, we created a subdevelopment. We zoned that this is residential.
But you do agree that it might be needed.
I think having the information would be good. I'm just not willing to say,
Okay, fair enough.
stuff it on, make it their problem if it comes out poorly.
Did you get that, Terrence? Go on, go on. Ronnie's list is,
Okay.
Ronnie's list is good. I
Uh,
can write and he can talk.
So I guess I wanted to talk about the trails and the trail on the sort of northern property line. Separately from the question of moving the development. But just on the trail, I just wanted to, on the record, kind of disagree with Stanford's assessment that having a trail behind the property is in conflict with our general plan. Because they cited that it would create undue interference with use and enjoyment of the private property.
I agree with you.
That doesn't seem right to me, so I would disagree with that. That being said, I specifically for that trail segment on the northern side of the property, I personally don't feel like we're in a position right now to sort of require that trail be established. I do think there is the issue that it was not included in the environmental analysis and would probably need to go through that. And yeah, so and then I would deal with moving development separately, so I don't want to
Well,
talk
we're
about
on
that
the
at this
trail.
moment, but I guess I did want to say that I mean, if there is eventually an Alpine Canyon Trail in the northern part of the property, I do think that there's a reasonable connection now with the trails that Stanford has proposed, that, you know, there is a trail coming from Alpine up to connect to the Alpine Canyon Trail. That seems like a reasonable access to me. I agree with Fred's Leach's comment from Trails and Paths that it would be preferred to also have this existing northern property line trail established. But I'm not leaning towards sort of requiring that in any formal way right now. I had one more point. Yeah, and I do think that basically people living in the development will sort of walk up probably between units 8 and 9 where there's the emergency fire road, and they'll just walk up there and sort of find a way to access the trail and continue up that way.
A question, which I should have asked earlier, is Alpine Trail, the one along Alpine Road, the only way that these residents could actually get to, say, Ladera? Again, back to the issue of traffic, what alternatives are there? Or would the trail that goes, I guess, sort of on the north side ever connect to get to that business area? Or is the Alpine Road
If the
Trail
residents
the only
wanted to go to Ladera, they would walk on Alpine Trail.
trail that goes along the road? Okay, okay. I agree with you. I'm not sympathetic to the arguments about getting too close to people's houses. I've had dogs on my deck that were off leashes. I mean, it just happens all over this town, and I think lots of houses have trails really nearby. And I was sympathetic to Fred's comments and the comments about connecting the trails. So I think I'm in agreement with you on all of those. But I did also want to make sure, I meant to bring this up earlier, that we're focusing so much on traffic and traffic issues. They're relatively close. I mean, I don't know if these people are gonna go over to Bianchini's and pick up dinner like some of us do, but it'd be nice to know that they had a non-automobile option. And I guess the trail is it. And that part of the trail will allow bicycles? Well, you can do bicycles on the road. That's thinking out loud. Okay. So I think that's in agreement with you. John? Trails? thoughts?
So I think I'm pretty similar on the trails. I mean, when it initially came up, my comments at the time related to, seems like nobody's quite sure. It's on some maps, it's maybe not on others. You know, is it really a trail? Is it not? We've heard people claim both sides. I think I've also learned that if there is a trail, there's only some tiny portion of it that actually is on Stanford's land. Again, I'm not so sure if that's true either. I don't know. So I feel like I don't really know what this is or where it is. It's pretty clear a bunch of it goes on other private land. And maybe there's easements and maybe there's not, and we don't know. Because of this, it's mostly I don't know, then I don't think it could be a condition. I think it's if somebody wanted to take on resurrecting that trail and getting all the easements from the various property owners, which would include Stanford, I think that would be a fine project. But I don't see it as something that I think when it initially came up, it was somehow people wanted Stanford to then fix all of that, fix all the easements, fix all the trail. It's like, no, that's not part of this project. I have no objection if again, if some group wants to take it on and try to make it happen in the future. I just don't see it as part of this project. I do appreciate the fact, though, that there is a potential connection to the trail that Stanford has adjusted, and I think that's wonderful. And that sort of fits into, okay, they're maybe willing to play in the future. It's not part of what we're doing here.
Yeah, I don't mean to be saying they should build the trail. I'm meaning to say that the trail should be allowed, though, because parts of it are on the property. And so that.
Getting it allowed means talking to all the other property owners, getting the easements, making sure it's legit.
Yeah. That's what the Trails Committee does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're pretty much on the same ballpark on that one. I was looking for the notes to see if we missed anything else on the presentations. Did Ed Holland, he didn't talk about trails. Fred Leach did.
So I was gonna comment next on the fire maintenance road.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, good.
Yeah, so on the fire maintenance road, having pedestrian access there and having a connecting trail to the other trail system, I think it would be nice. I think that it'll happen regardless of what we put into place. I think people will walk up there. It's an attractive spot from what I hear. That being said, I think given the purpose of that road for fire maintenance, it does feel like an overreach to me to sort of require that Stanford enable and provide that access. It certainly doesn't seem like it's going to fit for wheelchairs and probably not be a great access for bikes either, given the steepness. For pedestrians, it seems totally appropriate that people should be able to walk up there. I think they will walk up there, but I don't know. I'm struggling with it being an overreach of the purpose of why that road is being put in.
I think people who are looking for a wheelchair access access trail might think about the Mid-Penn's recent crazy proposals to put trails all over the place at Hawthorne's because it's a flatter place to begin with. So I do agree with you. My mother was in a wheelchair the last 14 years of her life, and she loved the outdoors. It's very, very frustrating, but this does not seem like the appropriate place to make those kind of improvements. But I do think it's great to have it open to the public if people want to take a picnic and walk up there or something like that with no parking, but have that trail available. Just checking my notes. So, John, do you have any strong feelings about that?
I think it would be overreach. Overreach to try to force it.
To force it to be like an improved trail, but okay to let people use it. I mean, they've offered it.
If they've offered it and it's okay with them, that's okay with me. I didn't hear them offer it.
Somewhere here in the paperwork.
I don't think so. I
Oh,
think they
did
disagree.
Oh, maybe
And
not.
I'm okay with them disagreeing
Good
on that,
pod selective hearing.
if that makes sense. Did you want to comment, John?
No.
You're not gonna be able to keep people away. It's gonna be an attractive nuisance.
Well, if we've
So-
said anything wrong as we've reinterpreted what you've said, then please inform us.
No, I think our immediate reaction from the ASCC comments was, and I think there was a misstatement earlier in public comment. It's designed to not exceed 15%, but that's the steepest we could make in order to have vehicles go up it. To flatten it for more public access, hence wheelchair, makes the road much longer and much more intensive. So we do not want to flatten it. We want to have the minimal amount purposes for fire maintenance road. I fully agree with the sentiment that it's an attractive nuisance. People are going to try and use it. So I think it's something that we collectively would want to manage and make it appropriate as possible without sending trails off into other areas. So this, I also personally have this with concern with regard to people up there, people doing stuff, in contrast to our desire to keep the area more fire safe, right? So that's my concern.
That's what I thought you said. Thank you. I think that's where we are. I mean, are you good? I mean, there.
Yeah, what do
it's
we
a
just, oh, yeah, what are we good with?
nuisance, and they
Yes, it
recognize
is.
that, so they want to do their best to keep it safe, but it is a fire access road and not do anything
Oh, yeah.
more, not do
Of
anything more.
course, we're
I'm-
not
I'm
asking
not
anything more than
advocating
that.
that they pave it, and,
Right,
you know,
right.
put handrails there like they do up on Half Dover or something.
So it's currently the conditions of approval don't say anything. So ASCC recommended putting something into the conditions of approval. Currently, there's nothing.
Okay,
And are
I think we want
leaving it
to
with
add
nothing?
something.
You
I
wanna
think
add
we want to
something?
add something, yeah.
What do you want to add?
Um,
Because I was more leaning towards leave it unsaid and maybe we'll work something out moving forward.
Well, I think we ought to embody what John just said, which is that they expect that people will use it, that it is primarily a fire road, and they will maintain it under those circumstances. And I'd like to embody that in our approval.
How is that a condition of approval then?
Well, would it be allowing pedestrian access?
Yeah, I think so.
That would be a condition.
Recognizing that pedestrians could use it.
Or considering allowing
Yeah.
pedestrian access?
I would say allowing. I mean, I just heard him say that. They recognize they'll be there.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Would you be okay with saying we would allow
I think
pedestrian
we're
usage?
tired. This is such a minor issue.
To be perfectly honest, for someone who represents a university with over 8,000 acres, these types of issues occur all the time on campus, and it's an ongoing battle. You know, so would we have preferred not to need the fire maintenance road? Certainly, yeah, but we'd have no other way to access those areas of the property. We've always said it would be a private road, so I think we object to the concept of making it public. And I think we would be happy to work with the town to determine how the gates work. You know, so I think Commissioner Brother said no parking, you know, so there's all of these get wrapped into it. And how do you do that effectively?
So the condition of approval would be working with Stanford to manage the fire road with respect to possible access by
Public
individuals,
access.
possible public access.
So for example, I would recommend that we would, it's Stanford's property, it's private property. We have the ability to close public, access to it, especially during fire season, for example. There are times when you really do want to shut it down. So we do want to reserve that right to close it as we deem appropriate. And, you know, the winter months too, you know, if we have heavy rains and things like that.
Still think it should be a condition of.
Yeah,
I
but help
think
me
it
with
should
what,
be a
help me with what the,
It's limited restriction.
which is.
Which is that it's a fire road that will.
A non-public fire
will,
road.
Public, to which public access will be allowed and managed. Like you said, if it's rainy and muddy. it's
The
gonna
allowed
rain.
part, I think, is a problem, right?
Pardon?
The allowed part of that statement, I think, is a problem.
Well, I think I heard him say that he
I
knows
don't
it's
think
gonna
so.
happen, so. Quite
I said,
frankly, if
I
were
didn't, I
Stanford,
said the
I'd-
first part of that. I didn't say the second part. I'd
Okay.
say to
All right.
allow it. I think it needs to be managed appropriately.
Manages, yeah. Its condition could be to.
So is your condition to, sorry, Chair.
No, that's okay.
Is your condition to allow fire access managed properly in consultation with Stanford? Or is your
No, no, it's pedestrian.
pedestrian, sorry, pedestrian access on the fire access road, managed, to be managed, in consultation with Stanford? Or do you want to say, consider access to the location? I'm hearing
But
kind of
something
both.
like the applicant should work with the town to create a plan to manage pedestrian access to the fire road.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Got it.
So I realized we didn't complete the discussion on the loop road.
Yeah.
Um,
Which gate? The gate,
So the question of whether the loop road should have a gate, which you raised that and then we
Loop
went
road.
back to the Alpine. Road.
yeah,
So-
that is true.
Um,
To me, if I were gonna live there, for example, I don't think I'd like a road with entrances on both ends. You know, I live in a dead end road and there's people 4, 5, 6 times a day come up getting lost on a dead end road, driving all over the place here. Sometimes the cell signal's not very good. So I think you're asking for more traffic by having it to be a loop road to begin with. That's my personal opinion. Not a architect or any of those other people. But I also feel strongly because of the level of service issues to have just the one, oh, be quiet, I want to make my watch shut up. I also, I think it said, why aren't you, yeah, it's past your bedtime. I really feel pretty strongly that I'd like to have just the one access, and I think it's clear that there'll need to be some changes made for the turnaround for that to work. But I think that's a really important point for the traffic, for the evacuation, for those other points. So it's one of the reasons why I didn't want to whole hog adopt the findings, because our findings don't address this.
I feel like it's preferred to have one entry and exit with the other being gated for emergency.
Yeah, exactly, for sure.
However, I think to enable that, it definitely requires a turnaround. And I think that turnaround will need to be in the Alpine Scenic Corridor setback. And so I think that's the decision. Is it even possible for us to do that? And if so, is it sort of, is the trade-off warranted? And I'm pretty neutral on it. So.
I did go over this with somebody who's a little more familiar with some of the drawings than I am, who thought that the turnaround could be done in conjunction with the retention basins that are on the Ladera end, so it's the north
Right,
end.
but those are in those.
But it could well, impact the scenic corridor. For me, yeah, so I think there needs to be some evaluation of this and some analysis of it, for sure. And then the final analysis, we have to base, the final determination be based on that analysis. And what it would be that would be inside the corridor. I'm very sympathetic to having no development in the scenic corridor. I think might have been Judith or Rebecca who said this is the entrance to the town. You want it to look good. But I think we need to do that work. We just don't have that analysis right now.
What analysis? I mean,
To see how you would build the turnaround and
but
for
are you
sure.
suggesting that there's a way to do it without it being in the scenic corridor?
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know the answer to that.
I guess you could take out those
Yeah.
questions. I-
Yeah.
I would only do it, I would, if there were a condition of approval, I would say it would be to add the gate, make it single entry exit with a turnaround in the Alpine Scenic Corridor setback.
If
And
it needs to be.
Whether we should have that condition or not, I'm not sure that we should.
I'd like us to have that condition. I mean, in the final analysis, the council can decide. I don't think between now and next week, they're gonna actually have drawings to figure it out, but I think that's the issue that we should put out there. I don't know.
So I'm struggling with two things here. One is how do we word this so that we have a concrete recommendation versus, oh, we want more analysis before making a decision. I think we have to put something forward that could be a decision.
Yeah,
So I suppose the other thing is, or is it just we have a recommendation? I actually, from the standpoint of, if you actually asked me to make the call, I think I would keep stuff out of the scenic corridor as much as possible. I don't think I'd go for the turnaround in the scenic corridor, even though I think it's probably allowed.
probably, I said I'm neutral, I'm pretty neutral on it, but I might lean towards this.
I feel it's important enough to have a single entrance that I'm on the fence about how it would impact the scenic corridor. But until I really have somebody who really can tell me how much room it really needs to be and how big it needs to be and what the trade-offs are, I'm not.
We don't have
convinced
that
of
option.
How much it would be in the scenic corridor. I mean, but I think I feel strongly enough about the single entrance that I'd be more inclined to let it go into the scenic corridor. So I think what we say is we express a strong preference for a single entrance. It's dependent on working out the turnaround and
So is,
our preference that the turnaround has the least possible impact on the scenic corridor.
so is
but-
this, sorry, is this similar to where we said we want to handle it as part of the later phase? So not so much a condition of approval, but a part of, I forget the terms we used,
Final map.
the final map, yeah.
Well-
Could that be handled this way? Could this be handled that way?
Final map is sort of a timing issue. It's a milestone in the development, so it's not so much, when it gets done. But yes, you can make recommendations that say it would have a single access point, so long as a turnaround could be put in place without impacting the scenic corridor. You could say something like that.
The least possible impact
And
on
then
the scenic corridor.
I mean, of course, staff would be working on that as part of the site development plan.
But like, I wouldn't be in favor of giving up the 4 parking spots. So to me, if we put that in there without, well, I just don't think it's gonna be possible without it being in the scenic corridor. So to me, if it's in there, it's with an acknowledgement that it would be. in the corridor.
Even if you got wider driveways, would you still have to have those 4 spaces?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 So I'm not seeing us getting to a good conclusion on this. So I'm tempted to, I'm sort of on, okay, leave it the way it is. No,
I'm not comfortable there at 1 iota. I think what Terrence said was the point. is that it be somehow or other condition. But there's additional work to be done.
And no loss of parking,
Less parking.
no impact on scenic corridor.
Least possible impact on scenic corridor.
And then what you're suggesting, what happens if that is not possible?
Then it doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen.
By the way, I hate to say this, but our Zoom runs out in a half hour.
That's just fine. That is just fine. That's not all that runs out. in half an hour.
Since we're talking about timelines and
Well, we haven't done that.
Okay, okay. Let's
we
keep
can do that
going
now.
here. I
Okay.
think we're all getting tired and
Um,
I'm at least
that's
getting
my, at least for
inarticulate.
me, that's my last one, moving the development.
Yeah.
So I think it's doable. I don't, I respectfully, don't agree with Stanford's arguments that, that it's not doable for cost reasons or because the fill, will be increased. I mean, it will be increased, but I mean, that seems reasonable to me. Some trees will be removed, but some will be retained. I mean, I think that's manageable. The retaining walls height going up to 7 feet is okay. I mean, the tot lot trees, they might be at some increased risk, but I think there is a chance that they could be maintained. So I feel it's doable. However, I did the geometry before, so we could move it 25 feet south, and that gives us 17 feet of additional setback. I think we could also, I think it personally, if we wanted that additional 17 feet of setback, I would say the better way to do it is move it 12 feet south and 12 feet east towards Alpine, which creates some encroachment into the Alpine scenic corridor. Either way you do it, there are trade-offs. Either, you're increasing the fill removal or you're encroaching into the scenic corridor. And for me, overall, I'm not convinced that there's a compelling case to move the development. As far as the trail goes, yes, it would be nice to have more space, but I think that trail could go in there even with the existing setback. I don't think it would be a violation of the general plan or the privacy of those units. And then the issue of the wildlife movement, it does not seem to be substantiated by the environmental analysis. So for me, at this point, I would say not to move the development.
I think this is an area where I very much want to rely on the ASCC and the level of analysis that they did. I don't know how far to move the development, but I think it's important to respect them and move it. You might not have had the numbers right. I think your comments that you made in passing that there are some trees that will get lost, but there were other trees that will be kept. Is probably reality. And again, this is a situation where you have a really great idea, but we don't have all the details. But I'd like to endorse what the ASCC did on this and try to refer to them as a greater source on this. I'm sorry to say. Maybe that's because I'm tired. So I think I'm coming at it at a different place than you. You started out saying like you were going to agree to move it, but maybe your distance rather than their distance?
Well,
Or not at
yeah,
all?
my summary, my comment is Stanford made a claim essentially that it wasn't doable, that it couldn't be moved. I don't agree with that. I think it could be moved.
Yeah.
But, for the record. If we were going to move it though, my preference would be 12 feet south, 12 feet east. However, given the trade-offs involved in either of those options, I'm not seeing a strong enough motivation and justification for moving. So even though I think that, you know, if we decided that it was imperative to move it, that, you know, we have the right to apply that condition to approval, I think that we do. I'm not advocating.
I'd be happy to sort of amend my adoption of the ASCC to include your distances. Say, move it
But,
at least 12, maybe 25.
And-
Let them decide. Point. But I hear what you're saying also. It's a question of
I think it's
balance.
too last minute. I think we're sort of potentially voting for something we don't really understand. And I don't, process wise, maybe we should have had something better that we had a better understanding, but I don't know where we're getting on this. I actually think if it could be moved, I really don't have a problem with that, but I don't see it as being, we really understand what we're saying and we say move it. And therefore, I go to like, okay, if I don't understand it, then it's not something I want to make a condition of. I have a related point though, in the sense of, you know, we had a lot of discussion about trees. I'm a lot less concerned about trees than has come up in a lot of this discussion. So if we lose a few trees, I mean, we're talking about what, thousands and thousands of trees on the property. We're talking less than 10% of them, no matter how we do it. And I think that's including all the stuff that the fire road takes out that isn't even in a lot of the numbers we've looked at here. And we do know that we have too many trees in Portola Valley. We should have a lot more grassland because we got rid of all the grazers. So I don't get that worked up about a few trees, quite frankly.
Well, I did listen to the ASCC and they went into this in
Yeah.
a great deal of depth. You're right. For us, it's a new issue, but like I said, I think I defer to their considerations about giving more room along the property lines and some of the other items. I agree with you about trees. I mean,
Yeah, I
power
don't
goes-
disagree with, I mean, I almost always go with the ASCC, but this falls into the, I could see some good things they pointed out. I don't understand what it would mean really, and therefore I can't say yes to it.
Well, so what are we sort of, am I outvoted or are we in a maybe here? I mean, I agree with Ronnie. I didn't think Stanford's rejection of this was very convincing and 7-foot walls. I've got a dirt hill that's 10 feet from my house. So that didn't bother me. But I think that the ASCC's consideration of the visual things and so forth that they went through, which isn't reflected in the paper, but was reflected in their meeting, it's what is swaying me. I guess I can't advocate it any harder, but I'd be happy with Ronnie's solution, which is maybe 12 feet rather than the ASCC solution. But I think it's important to consider moving it.
I mean, I think, do you think you need us to come to agreement on the proposal, or can you note that this?
Can you,
I could in the staff report indicate that there was a lot of discussion about this issue and there was no consensus reached. That
Okay,
would be
that's
that
fair
would be
enough.
inaccurate.
That's fair enough, but we didn't discard it either. I mean, I think is the point.
That's what I would
The
say.
ASCC thought it was important. We didn't discard it. Fair enough.
Well, we
Yeah, but-
disagreed about it.
Well, but that means we don't include it as a condition of
Right.
approval.
Well, I think Commissioner Brothers is in favor of including it. We're
Yeah.
not in favor of including it, so I guess I'm hoping we can just.
Say there was not
Note that
consensus.
explicitly.
2-3 and I lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you
okay.
you could formally vote for it, you know, it takes,
I don't
it
want
takes only
to
two,
do
but
that at this point. I
I-
think we're getting
seems
along
like you're
pretty
moving
well.
towards a consensus approach, so, and that's, you know, I'll do my best to support you in that.
Okay.
And I think we had like similar disagreement on the undeveloped area, which you would also note.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Ronnie, how are we doing on your list?
I'm done.
Oh, you're done. Okay. John, is there anything else that you
No,
are?
I think I managed to pack them onto Ronnie's list. As we were going through it.
Still really concerned.
We had the
about
discussion
vacuum.
about the retaining walls in front, maybe they could be smaller, but I don't think we needed to. I don't think we need to include that. in this.
No, I don't
I
think so.
They're gonna.
They're gonna be what they're
consider
gonna
it
be.
anyways. Okay.
And also on that, I mean, to me, there's a lot of screening by trees. I think, with
Yeah.
those retaining walls. At least.
Okay, have we missed anything really, really, really obvious here? Let me just spin through my notes, because I was trying to take notes while you guys spoke. Any other comments?
I do not
here?
have anything else.
Mm. I don't see any new topic. Wait a minute. Entrance not to service. Okay, the only thing I see is that, the trouble scars by the discussion of moving it.
So Terrence, while we're double checking our notes here, what we're actually doing is looking at this resolution. And have you modified some of the conditions such that we could say it's the proposal, sorry, the resolution with our modifications?
Yeah, you could, one of your members could, we actually have two resolutions, one for the EIR and one for the project. But, you could move, can they move them separately or they have to, can they move them together or?
Better move them separately because I'm not gonna feel.
Okay.
Okay,
great.
Do we have to do this or can we leave it the way we've left it here at this point?
Yes, you need to make the motion on the two resolutions.
Okay.
And so, and then I can, once you've made that motion, I can read to you what I think you reached consensus on. And so, and the maker of the motion could include that in their motion.
So it will be based on what you heard, we're going to vote on
I'll
on
read
an
it back to you
action
and then
that will be modified from what was in our
Correct.
packet.
there'll
Based
be
on
an
our
additional
discussion.
condition, the additional conditions to the resolution
Okay,
that
okay,
and I'll
okay.
try to paraphrase it for you. And if you want me to, and then you can, the maker of the motion could include that and or not.
And then what would the disposition be of the non-consensus items?
Only that we would be, of course, completing minutes and the staff report will indicate that there was lively debate on the issue and no consensus.
Well, it should be in the resolution that we would have made non-consensus. That doesn't have to be in the staff report. That should be in an amended resolution.
Well, it can be, but that's an unusual, that's an
So?
unusual piece in the.
So I don't
Can
really
we-
want it hidden in the staff report. I think we've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort on this. Let's give the council our best bet.
Any reason we can't include? what kind of
The
discussion?
resolution can have anything we want.
We certainly could. Just, generally, if we're going to change the resolution, I'd like to read it out loud so that we're clear on the wording. I think that's maybe one of the constraints that it is a late hour and the wordsmithing part can be challenging.
I mean, I'd be willing to not read it item by item and defer to Terrence's ability, but I don't agree with putting it in the staff report. I think it should be in the resolution that we resolve not to agree or whatever.
Sure. If, as long as
On those
that's,
items.
that could be included.
You guys, want to have, do you want to take the time to listen to him wordsmith this, or do you want to trust his judgment after we've
Oh, no,
gone
no.
through all of this? He
The
wants-
words, the words should be spoken and you guys could agree or adjust them. I don't just give me a blank check.
Okay, then get going.
She wouldn't let me.
So there's,
I mean,
there's two resolutions, right?
there's
Yes.
two resolutions.
And
I've lost my place here.
So is the first one somehow I'm only seeing the CUP.
there should be the secret resolution first.
Page 45.
45? Oh. Yes. Okay. So we didn't make any changes to that one, though, right? If we've only been discussing the conditions associated with the CUP.
Can I make a motion on the
Yeah.
EIR resolution?
Trying
Yeah.
to find. I didn't read these resolutions, to be
Just
perfectly
correct.
honest with you.
I
What
think you
page
can.
is the EIR?
45.
Page 45.
45.
Somebody found it for me.
So. Brothers, is it okay if I make a motion on that?
I think it's fine if you make a motion, yes.
Okay, so I would move that we adopt the resolution on the EIR beginning on page 45 of the agenda packet.
I would say,
I'm moving that are we adopting this resolution or recommending for the?
You are approving this resolution. The resolution itself is a recommendation, but you would be a motion to approve the resolution of the Planning Commission recommending the City Council certify the final environmental impact report and adopt the CEQA findings and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Portola Terrace residential development project.
You have a motion and the motion's on the floor. You
Second.
need discussion.
I would, oh,
I heard you second it.
yeah,
already.
oh, okay.
So, any discussion?
Did you say that you?
I'm gonna vote no. Yeah, I
Do you want to
don't.
say what?
Yeah, I'm happy to say why. I think the huge period of time between the draft and the final and the failure to update a lot of these studies, saying things like COVID intervened, I think is bothersome to me at best. I think a lot of things changed, the failure to include the revised housing study. And there were fundamentally so many comments, 156 comments over 1,000 pages. And basically, none of those comments resulted in any changes to the project at all. And I believe some of those comments were really quite good. So I just felt like it wasn't a fulsome project, a fulsome process. I also am bothered by the process. Quite frankly, I'm not Stanford, God forbid, but if I got that many comments on a project when I'm coming into a town, I think I would have liked to have, had some more fulsome discussion of it. And we basically had the draft EIR and then the huge passage of time, and then suddenly this FEIR. I have never seen the comments on the FEIR that apparently have been coming in, although there was never a precise comment period. So I think there's some procedural questions that bother me. So I could get into some of the more substance, but that's the high level series of comments from me.
So do we need a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Brothers,
No.
Commissioner Golden,
Aye.
Commissioner Krasinski.
Yes.
Motion passes 2-1.
Trouble with just having three of us here.
Makes it
That's
quick.
fine.
I would move that we approve resolution on page 139 of the package, the resolution of the Planning Commission of the Town of Portola Valley recommending the City Council approve a conditional use permit for establishment of a planned unit development, testing tentative map, architectural review, and site development permit for the Portola Terrace residential development, subject to the modifications to the conditions that Terrence will read back to us.
Great. Let me give it my best shot. The one added condition is that the undeveloped area, there be an option for future development if it can be, if it can be done with, while still supporting the finding. This allows, this would provide an option in the future for development.
It's controlled by the town.
Controlled by town council, but only if it can be done with the findings still supported.
Because the
Wait-
findings
wait
are
a minute,
required. Yeah,
no.
the Findings are required, yeah.
And then number two, additional condition, there'd be an updated operational analysis of the access, the egress and exiting and entrance of the roadway or roadways, depending on how the others go. And with an emphasis on an evaluation of fire access. That sounds.
No, I don't think that's even close. I mean, I think we said with a preference for one road, provided the turnaround can be worked
That's
out.
that's an,
Okay, so then what were you just talking about? Fire
having an operational analysis of the entrance and exit,
and a single entrance.
but with evaluation also of how that impacts fire evacuation.
And the fire department's already said they're fine with that as
Okay,
long
then
as
we-
there's an exit there.
Great,
Whoa, you're talking
Let's-
about two different
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the single entrance.
that's next.
Right.
We're talking about, so I didn't catch if you're covering like something that will include consideration of a left turn. lane.
Yes, it's an operational analysis, we'll just say, operational analysis, including a potential added left turn lane.
A merge lane.
A merge lane.
Traffic
Yeah.
Traffic is the
Okay.
subject. Those are particular solutions.
And no need to talk about fire in that regard, so we can simplify that. We're going to talk about fire with the item. That capture what you were thinking?
Traffic flow.
Yeah, the thing that came up there was evacuation. but
Evacuation.
I think, I don't know, I think we've maybe settled on not including evacuation.
Yeah, okay.
or John
No,
was
I
against it.
think that's part of it.
I think that was
You were
part of it.
against
I think
I was against it.
I thought,
parents, you're
Well,
letting me down.
no, I
here.
said it was okay to analyze it. I was very much against saying somehow Stanford had to
Make it a
solve it if there was
Stanford
a problem.
problem. Yeah.
Including fire, fire evacuation and analysis.
It's not just
It's not
fire
fire, it's
evacuation, it's evacuation.
I'm sorry.
We got an earthquake fault going right under us. here.
Evacuation analysis.
Evacuation analysis.
Okay. And then that there be one entry and exit with a gate, with a turnaround.
With the least possible impact on
With
the.
Or I
setback.
think what we referred to was that there, if it were possible, if it's possible to do a turnaround without going into the Alpine easement, scenic easement, or impacting parking.
We didn't say if it was possible, we said at least possible.
No, I think we
What if
ended
we
up,
look at these in the morning? What if we haven't drafted these up and look
no,
at them? in the
let's get it
morning?
done. We need to get it done.
We can't keep our meeting
Thanks, and I think
alive.
Linda, we did go with we weren't willing to.
7 minutes.
I thought it was no impact is what I heard us agreeing on, or
Well, I heard that Ronnie didn't want to lose the parking spaces. And the two of you
didn't want to go into the,
didn't want to go into the
Setback. So
setback,
it's-
but we don't know yet what the options
Correct.
are. So figuring out the
so it's
options
one,
without doing
presuming
that.
there's
Okay,
no other problems.
okay.
Okay, and
There, but that's not unanimous, because I think the one road, that was the one where we said, that we didn't reach conclusion because I think the one road is more important than the access. That's what we were talking about 10
Okay.
minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
so you want to indicate that in the resolution, you want to indicate that there was a lack of consensus
Lack of consensus.
on that point.
Yeah. A minority point of view. However you want to put that. You're right, John,
And
but we went over that already.
what else there was something else we.
The moving at 25 feet.
There you go.
You skipped over
Oh, you're right. The, there was significant discussion about finding ways to add additional parking, but no consensus was reached.
I forgot, did we not have consensus on?
I agree to widen the driveways. Yeah.
We just
Agreed to
can't-
widen the driveways.
But we couldn't make it a condition, right?
Um,
So we have to word it in a way that we
I,
can't,
I want
we
I want a
cannot.
condition that says maybe, I mean, the question is, can we require it? I think.
They're gonna.
I want to go with what staff recommends
Okay,
on as far as we can go on it,
Yeah.
whether they consider it. And
right. So how far can you go?
It's a
on-
fool's errand
We
to
can't
doing
require it.
this
We
point,
really
because
want
you
them to
don't-
look at it and investigate whether or not it would be possible.
So you want
Like,
to, you want to suggest, your motion, your resolution language is to suggest to, or recommend that, the additional parking be evaluated, the potential of additional parking, including an additional driveway, be evaluated at the level of the town council.
Yeah, that's close enough. I think.
Yeah,
Okay?
And then,
we could lose a few trees too.
How
oh
come
yeah,
you've
separately,
reiterated-
do you have the other one of, extra desk spots?
I didn't know there was a,
Yes, I would say condition of approval on exploring adding guest parking spots, including by removing trees if necessary,
okay,
such as tree 5547.
and there is, and that's an example of where there was no consensus. If that's the case.
What page are we on
I'm
here
good with
with
that.
this resolution? I've lost it.
I think with, I think we had consensus on that one.
Okay, so adding guest parking,
Thank you.
Asking them to look at it. Strongly suggest.
suggest adding guest parking, even if
Yeah.
Trees
even
are
if
removed.
trees-
there are more that need to be added.
Yeah. We got the movement one, right?
Or you mean in general or
Any other points?
any other points at all?
Did you address moving the project
Yes, there was,
stuff
there was,
There's Fire Road pedestrian access thing.
on the, on
you're right.
the, on the,
um,
up to the
app-
hill?
applicant should work with town on fire access with appropriate safeguards.
Pedestrian
For
and
access to the
pedestrian
fire,
access.
Managing
pedestrian
pedestrian.
access to the fire road
Yes,
goes up the hill. Okay.
Um, And then the moving the development is this agreement.
there was significant, discussion, but no consensus was reached.
And that would complete the resolution. So then we would need a second for what we just went through.
Really not.
I had a
We
I had a
don't have
motion
something on the floor
subject
yet.
to
Oh.
Terrence's detail that we've just been through. So then I think the next step would be a second on the motion and a vote.
What if we don't pass this motion since it's not seconded yet?
Then you don't make a recommendation. to the
Have to
commission.
take an action?
You have to take an
Okay.
action.
So that's all we
You're not
send to
gonna second
them
it?
is that resolution? Right?
I'm
No.
ready to second it.
Okay,
and
okay,
move on.
Roll call?
I second the motion.
okay.
All right. Vice Chair Brothers,
Exhibit A is part of this, right? Exhibit A has some things in it that I think are inconsistent with what we were just doing. Sorry to be problematic. I guess we're having discussion. Now we have a motion on the floor, so we have discussion. I think parts of this are inconsistent with what we've just done. But I guess if we've changed the motion, then the attachments will change appropriately. You see what I'm looking at? I'm looking at attachment 1 to the resolution, which goes on for pages.
Findings of the conditional use permit?
Yeah, yeah. Am I at the wrong page here?
Why are you thinking it's inconsistent?
You can just simply indicate that exhibit B be changed to match the
Okay,
conditions.
okay.
Exhibit A is changed to match. our
Okay.
Exhibit A
discussion.
is the findings, you don't have to worry about that. It's exhibit B you have to be concerned about.
Okay, okay. Yeah, if it's,
I mean,
if
we're
it's-
adopting.
Right.
Yeah.
okay. Consistent with the changes we made to the resolution.
Correct.
Okay, then, okay. I'll call the vote. We have finished our discussion, a motion on the floor. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Brothers,
Yes.
Commissioner Golden,
Yes.
Commissioner Krasinski,
Yes.
3-0.
Do we have to have any more public comment or have we finished for the night?
Is there anything else on your agenda?
There's only the commission staff committee reports and the chair can waive that if she wishes.
I think we're about to lose Zoom, right?
I waive any
Fuck
further
them.
actions because we're about to run out of time here.
Just to be clear, Zoom is an optional way of putting forward. So if you have business you need to conduct, you can conduct the business even though we've lost the Zoom.
Okay.
However, I understand you're probably reticent to do so, but I want to make sure you're aware that you can take whatever action you need to take.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do I have any additional actions you'd like to take even though we are no longer on Zoom?
No.
No? No? I would entertain a motion to dismiss. Be adjourned. Adjourned.
Second.
All right, we're adjourned. I don't need a vote.